Drift Lower. Written by Douglas Taylor. Drift lower. Denny's statement. I was there because I loved someone who was trapped, and because I told myself love was a reasonable excuse for crossing lines I wouldn't have crossed otherwise. I thought I was helping. I thought I was protecting her. I thought that if I stayed careful, stayed quiet, stayed useful, nothing truly bad could happen. I didn't think of it as a story then. I thought of it as conversations, documents, obligations, small decisions made in rooms where the air was heavy and no one wanted to be the first to say what everyone already knew. It all felt ordinary while it was happening, manageable, like something you could step away from later. This happened in Mississippi in August, when the heat doesn't lift at night and the water looks calm even when it isn't. There were houses built to last forever and men who believed them. There was a coast that learned how to keep secrets and a darkness that settled in quietly, the way it always does, just before something begins. Prologue. A light blinks in the darkness. Once, twice, again. The slow pulse of something metal and rusting, something men built and abandoned, a monument to appetite and its consequences. The light does not know it is a beacon. It only blinks, patient and purposeless, marking a spot where the water is deeper than it looks. Drift. The barrier islands emerge from the haze like the backs of sleeping animals. Pale sand, dark scrub, the skeletal remains of trees drowned by storms that came before and will come again. A pelican folds itself into a dive and comes up with something struggling in its bill. The struggle does not last. Drift closer. The coast assembles itself from fragments. A dock, half rotted, its pilings green with slime. A boat rocking in its slip, white fiberglass gone yellow. A lawn given over to crabgrass and wild roses, jasmine climbing everything in reach. And rising from the green tangle, white columns, black shutters, a house built to impress that has since learned to decay. Drift lower. Through the windows, shapes move. An old man in a bed, his breath shallow. A woman in white, arranging her face into patience. A man with a glass in his hand, always a glass. And another man, a stranger, a watcher, sitting at a desk with a notebook open, writing words that will outlast them all. They do not look up. They never look up. Spanish moss hangs from the oaks like the beards of dead men. The air smells of salt and rot and something sweeter underneath. Jasmine, magnolia, the slow fermentation of dreams. Watch. The affair taking root in secret glances. The conspiracy budding in greenhouse heat. The murder waiting offshore, patient as the tide. Do not look away. Chapter 1. The Assignment. 1959. The call came on a Tuesday, while Ellis was grading freshman essays on The Great Gatsby. Truett, it's Margolis. Ellis set down his red pen. Herb Margolis had edited his first novel, back when that meant something. They hadn't spoken in 2 years. Herb, this is a surprise. I need a favor. You still freelancing? If you can call it that. Through the receiver, Ellis could hear the sounds of the American Mercury offices. Typewriters, telephones, the low roar of ambition. Sounds he used to know, sounds that had stopped calling. I've got an assignment. Gulf Coast oil families, the old money, the dying dynasties. Faulkner country meets black gold, that kind of thing. Why me? Because you're cheap, you're available, and you write like someone who's actually read a book. Margolis paused. And because no one else wants to spend August in Mississippi. Ellis looked around his apartment. The stack of ungraded essays, the typewriter with the stuck E key he couldn't afford to fix, the rejection letters he'd stopped opening 3 months ago. What's it pay? $500 plus expenses. 6 weeks. Maybe 8 if you find something good. $500. 2 months of rent. A semester of not teaching. I'll do it. Good. Train leaves Penn Station Thursday morning. I'll wire the details. Margolis hesitated. Ellis, this could be good for you. Get you back in the game. Just find something worth writing about. I will. I mean it. Not just local color. Not just magnolias and mint juleps. Find the story underneath. I said I will. Ellis hung up. He looked at the essay in front of him. Nick Carraway is a reliable narrator because he tells us he is, and pushed it aside. Find the story underneath. He had been trying to do that his whole life. He spent Wednesday packing and rereading his own novel. The Borrowed Light had been published in 1953 to respectful reviews and modest sales. A promising debut, the Time Shad said. Truett observes the human condition with precision and restraint. The Tribune had called it a novel of surfaces, beautifully rendered. Surfaces. That was the word that had stayed with him. He had meant it as a compliment at first. Now, 6 years later, he understood what the reviewer had really been saying. He sat in his apartment with the book open on his lap, reading passages at random. The prose was clean. The sentences were careful. The observations were sharp. And nothing happened. Nothing mattered. His characters talked about love and loss and meaning, but they never did anything. They were figures in a window, seen from across the street, gesturing at emotions they never quite felt. He had written a novel about watching. He had forgotten to write about living. The question was whether he knew how, whether he had ever known. The train left Penn Station at 8:15 Thursday morning. Ellis found his seat in the second-class car, stowed his bag, and watched New York slide away through the grimy window. He had brought books, Faulkner, obviously, and Eudora Welty, and a dog-eared copy of All the King's Men, but he didn't read. He watched the landscape change instead. The gray industrial sprawl of New Jersey, the green fields of Pennsylvania, the slow flattening as they pushed south, the hills giving way to plains, the air thickening even through the glass. Somewhere in Virginia he fell asleep. He dreamed of water, dark water, still and deep, and a figure floating face down, drifting with the current. He woke with a start as the train lurched, his shirt soaked with sweat. Just the heat. Just the stale air of the car. He told himself that. They crossed into Mississippi at dusk. The sky was purple and orange, streaked with clouds that looked like bruises. Ellis pressed his face to the window and watched the landscape transform. Cypress swamps and hanging moss, wooden churches and rusted trailers. A world that seemed to exist outside of time. He thought about what Margolis had said. Find the story underneath. The story was always underneath. That was the problem. It was buried beneath politeness and pretense, beneath the things people said and the things they meant. You had to dig for it. You had to be willing to get your hands dirty. He had never been willing before. He had stood at the edge of things, notebook in hand, recording surfaces. That was why The Borrowed Light had failed. Not because it was badly written, but because it was written by a coward. This time would be different. He didn't know yet what that meant, but he felt it, somewhere beneath his ribs. A hunger he hadn't felt in years. A willingness to go further than he had ever gone. The train pulled into Biloxi at 9:30. The platform was nearly empty. A few porters, a woman waiting with a child, a man in a seersucker suit who had to be his ride. Ellis stepped off the train and the heat hit him like a physical thing, wet and heavy, pressing against his skin. He had known it would be hot. He had not known it would be alive, a presence, a weight, a thing that wrapped around you and squeezed. He stood on the platform, bag in hand, letting his body adjust. The man in seersucker was walking toward him, hand extended, mouth already moving in greeting. But Ellis wasn't looking at him. He was looking at the seagull. It was perched on a piling at the far end of the platform, where the boards gave way to scrub grass, and the scrub grass gave way to the dark shimmer of the Gulf. An ordinary bird, gray and white, black-eyed, unremarkable, except that it was watching him. Not the way birds usually watched, alert for food, for threats, for movement. This was something else. The seagull's head was tilted, its black eye fixed on Ellis with what he could only describe as attention, as if it had been waiting for him, as if it knew who he was and why he had come. "Mr. Truett?" Ellis blinked. The man in seersucker was in front of him now, hand still extended, smile growing uncertain. Sorry, yes, Ellis Truett. Denny Abear. I handle legal affairs for the Barfield family. Mr. Barfield asked me to collect you. That's very kind. Not at all. We don't get many writers down here. Folks are curious. Denny picked up Ellis's bag without asking. Car's this way. You'll want to get out of this heat. Ellis followed him toward the parking lot. At the edge of the platform, he glanced back. The seagull was still there, still watching. It's just a bird, he told himself. You're tired. You're seeing things. But he didn't believe it. Some part of him, the part that had dreamed of dark water, the part that had felt the hunger stir beneath his ribs, knew better. Something was watching him. Something had been watching for a long time. Denny talked the whole way to Barfield House. The town, the family, the history, a continuous stream of information that Ellis filed away without really hearing. He was thinking about the seagull, about the way its eye had followed him, about the feeling that had settled into his chest, cold and certain. He had come here looking for a story. He had the sudden, unsettling sense that the story had been looking for him. The car turned off the main road onto a long drive lined with live oaks. Spanish moss hung from the branches, trailing in the headlights like gray fingers. And at the end of the drive, lit by a single porch light, Barfield House rose out of the darkness. White columns, black shutters. A widow's walk along the roof, overlooking the Gulf. It looked like a tomb. It looked like a stage set. It looked like the place where something terrible was going to happen. Here we are, Denny said, pulling to a stop. I'll introduce you to the family. They're expecting you for dinner. Ellis stepped out of the car. The heat wrapped around him again, thick and close. Somewhere in the darkness he heard the cry of a bird, high and sharp, almost like laughter. He looked up at the house, at the windows dark and waiting, at the door already opening. He had come here to find a story. He had no idea yet that he would become one. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Barfield House. The entrance hall smelled of lemon polish and something underneath. Mildew, maybe, or the slow rot of wood too long exposed to salt air. Ellis stood on the marble floor and looked up at the chandelier, its crystals dulled by a film of dust, and understood immediately that this house was dying. The family's in the parlor, Denny said, setting down Ellis's bag. I should warn you, Mr. Barfield can be direct. I've interviewed difficult people before. Not like Ansel Barfield. Denny's smile was tight. Just don't take it personally. He doesn't trust journalists. Doesn't trust much of anyone, really. A woman appeared in the doorway. Black dress, white apron, face that gave away nothing. Mr. Truett, I'm Maylene. I run the house. Your room's in the guest cottage out back. I'll have your things brought over. But Mr. Barfield wants to see you first. Thank you, Maylene. She looked at him for a moment, a long, measuring look that reminded him absurdly of the seagull at the station. Then she turned and led him through the house. The parlor was large and formal and full of furniture that had been expensive 50 years ago. Portraits lined the walls, Barfields going back generations, all of them with the same hard eyes and thin mouths. Ellis cataloged the details automatically. The worn spots on the carpet, the water stain on the ceiling, the way the drapes had faded unevenly where the sun hit them. Money, but not enough to maintain. Pride, but not enough to sell. The arithmetic of decline. 3 people waited for him. Ansel Barfield sat in a wing chair by the cold fireplace, a blanket across his legs despite the heat. He was smaller than Ellis had expected, shrunken somehow, as if the cancer were already hollowing him out. But his eyes were sharp, tracking Ellis across the room like a hawk watching a field mouse. Mr. Truett, the writer. His voice was a rasp, but there was iron underneath. Sit down. Let me look at you. Ellis sat. Herb Margolis called me. Said you were the real thing. Said you wrote a book that was better than it sold. Ansel's lips twisted. That's supposed to make me trust you, I think. A man who couldn't even convince people to buy his own work. My book found its readers, Mr. Barfield. There just weren't many of them. Honest. Good. Ansel nodded slowly. I don't like journalists. They come down here with their notebooks and their assumptions, and they write the same story every time. Decadent South, dying aristocracy, Greek tragedy with a drawl. He leaned forward. Is that what you're here to write, Mr. Truett? I don't know what I'm here to write yet. That's why I came. Another honest answer. You might survive dinner after all. Ansel gestured toward the others. My son, Holt. His wife, Claudine. Ellis turned. Holt Barfield was standing by the sideboard, a glass of whiskey already in his hand. He was handsome in a ruined way, the face of a man who had been golden once and was now just gilded, the shine wearing through to show the base metal underneath. Mid-30s, Ellis guessed, but he moved like someone older, someone tired. Mr. Truett, Holt raised his glass. Welcome to the mausoleum. Holt. Ansel's voice was sharp. What? It's true. We're all just waiting around for you to die so we can sell this place and get on with our lives. Holt smiled, but there was no humor in it. Isn't that what you want him to write about? The vultures circling? That's enough. It's never enough. That's the family motto. Should be on the crest. He drained his glass and poured another. Ellis watched him, filing away the details, the tremor in his hands, the careful way he moved, the distance he kept from everyone else in the room. A man armored in alcohol, waiting for something. Ellis didn't know yet what. You'll have to forgive my husband. The voice came from behind him, low and warm. He's been rehearsing his decline for years. He's gotten quite good at it. Ellis turned. Claudine Barfield was not what he had expected. Denny had called her decorative, and she was. Dark hair, pale skin, a face that belonged on a magazine cover. But the word didn't fit. It was like calling a knife decorative because the handle was pretty. She extended her hand. Ellis took it. Mr. Truett, I read your novel before you arrived. You did? I had Denny find me a copy. I wanted to know who we were letting into our home. She smiled. You write like a man who's looking through a window. Very precise, very controlled. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. I'll let you decide what to do with it. She released his hand and moved to the settee, arranging herself with the practiced grace of someone who knew she was being watched. Ellis found himself studying her, the way she held herself, the way her eyes moved around the room, missing nothing. There was an intelligence there that didn't match the role she seemed to be playing. He filed that away, too. Dinner was served in the formal dining room, a long mahogany table set for 5. Denny stayed, at Ansel's insistence. He's practically family, the old man said, and Ellis noted the way Claudine's expression flickered at the word. Not quite a flinch, something smaller, something she covered immediately. The food was good. Shrimp and grits, collard greens, cornbread that crumbled at the touch. Ellis ate and listened and watched the family perform. Ansel dominated the conversation, asking questions about New York, about the magazine, about what Ellis hoped to find in Mississippi. His hostility had softened into something more like testing, probing for weaknesses, looking for the angle. Holt drank steadily and said little. By the second course, his eyes had gone glassy. By the third, he excused himself. Headache, he said, not bothering to make it convincing. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Truett. I'm sure we'll talk again. He left. No one watched him go except Ellis. And Claudine. She was looking at the doorway where her husband had disappeared, and her face in that unguarded moment was something Ellis hadn't seen before. Not anger, not disappointment. Something colder, something that had moved past feeling into calculation. Then she turned back to the table and the mask was in place again. The gracious wife, the attentive hostess. More wine, Mr. Truett? Please. She poured. Her hand was steady. Her smile was perfect. Ellis thought about what Denny had said in the car. She's not happy. Anyone can see that. Anyone could see it. But Ellis wondered if anyone could see what was underneath, the machinery turning behind those dark eyes, the patience of someone who was waiting for something too. After dinner, Denny drove back to town. Maylene showed Ellis to the guest cottage, a small building behind the main house, white clapboard and green shutters, a bedroom and a sitting room, and a desk by the window. "Breakfast is at 8, she said. "Mr. Barfield takes his in his room, but the others eat in the morning room. You're welcome to join them or have a tray brought here." "I'll join them, thank you, Maylene." She paused at the door, looked at him again with that measuring gaze. "You watching them," she said, "but they watching you too, especially her." "Claudine?" Maylene didn't answer. She just shook her head and left, closing the door softly behind her. Ellis stood at the window, looking out at the Gulf. The water was black under the stars, vast and still. Somewhere out there, an oil rig blinked its warning lights, and on the railing of the guest cottage porch a seagull sat, white and gray, black-eyed, watching. The same bird? Impossible. They all looked alike. But Ellis felt a chill despite the heat. He pulled the curtains closed and turned away. He sat at the desk and opened his notebook. August 1st, Barfield House. First impressions. The father is dying and knows it. The son is already dead and doesn't. The wife is waiting for something. I don't yet know what. They are all performing for each other. I am here to watch the performance. But Maylene is right. Someone is watching me, too. He underlined the last sentence. Then he closed the notebook and went to bed. He dreamed of water again. Dark water, and a shape beneath the surface, drifting. He woke at dawn with the taste of salt on his lips. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Dying King. Ellis woke to the sound of birds and the smell of coffee, and the heat already pressing against the windows like something trying to get in. He lay in the narrow bed and listened to the house sounds, the creak of old wood, the distant clatter of the kitchen, a mockingbird running through its repertoire in the live oak outside. The ceiling fan turned slowly overhead, stirring the air without cooling it. His sheets were damp. His skin was slick. He had been in Mississippi for 12 hours, and already the place was seeping into him, filling his lungs with its wet green weight. He rose and went to the window. The Gulf stretched out beyond the lawn, gray-blue in the morning light, flat as hammered metal. Mist hung over the water, soft and white, burning off slowly as the sun climbed. The air smelled of salt and something sweeter, jasmine maybe, or magnolia, some flower he couldn't name. Underneath it, the faint sulfur tang of the marshes. The seagull was gone from the porch railing. Of course it was. It had never been there. Not really. Just a bird. Just his imagination, overwrought from the journey. He told himself that. He almost believed it. Breakfast was served in the morning room, a small parlor on the east side of the house, where the windows caught the early light. Claudine was already there when Ellis arrived, seated at a table laid with white linen and blue china, a cup of coffee cooling at her elbow. "Mr. Truett, you survived the night." "Barely. I don't think I've ever sweated so much in my sleep." "You'll adjust. Everyone does, eventually." She gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit. Maylene's bringing eggs." Ellis sat. The windows were open and a breeze moved through the room, not cool exactly, but moving, carrying the smell of the Gulf and the low hum of insects from the garden. Somewhere a cicada started up, that rising electric whine that would become the soundtrack of his days here. "Holt won't be joining us," Claudine said. "He doesn't eat breakfast. Doesn't eat much of anything, really. Whiskey has calories, he says." "That must be difficult. For you." She looked at him over the rim of her coffee cup. "You're very direct, Mr. Truett." "I'm a writer. Observation is the job." "Is that what you're doing? Observing?" "Always." Maylene appeared with a plate of eggs and bacon and grits swimming in butter. She set it down without a word and disappeared again. Ellis ate. The food was good, rich and heavy, the kind of cooking that assumed you'd be working in the fields all day, burning it off. He wouldn't be. He'd be sitting and watching and writing, and in a week he'd have to loosen his belt. Claudine watched him eat. She hadn't touched her own food. "Ansel wants to see you this morning," she said, "in his study. He has opinions he'd like to share." "About what?" "About everything. About the family, the company, the state of the world. About you, probably." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "He's dying, Mr. Truett. Dying men like to talk. They think it makes them immortal." "Does it?" I'll let you know when I'm dying." She rose, leaving her breakfast untouched, and walked out through the French doors onto the veranda. Ellis watched her go, the sway of her hips, the set of her shoulders, the way she paused at the railing and looked out at the water like she was measuring the distance to the horizon. A woman calculating escape routes. He filed it away and finished his eggs. Ansel's study was on the second floor, at the end of a hallway lined with photographs. Ellis paused to examine them as he walked. Oil derricks and work crews, men in suits shaking hands, a young Ansel standing in front of a gusher with black gold raining down around him. The history of a fortune, told in silver gelatin. The door was open. Ellis knocked anyway. "Come." The study was dark despite the hour, the heavy drapes pulled against the sun. Ansel sat behind a massive desk, papers spread before him, a glass of something amber at his elbow that was definitely not coffee. The room smelled of old leather and cigar smoke and the sick room sweetness of decay. "Sit down, Mr. Truett, and close the door." Ellis sat. The chair was old and hard, designed for supplicants. He suspected that was intentional. "You want to know about the Barfields," Ansel said, "about how we built this, about what it means." "I want to know whatever you're willing to tell me." "Willing." Ansel laughed, a dry, papery sound. "I'm dying, Mr. Truett. Willing doesn't enter into it anymore. I'll tell you what I want to tell you, and you'll write what you want to write, and neither of us will have any control over what happens after." He reached for his glass, and Ellis saw how his hand trembled. The cancer was further along than it appeared. The old man was running on will alone. "My father drilled the first well in 1912, hit salt water the first 3 times, hit oil the 4th. By 1920, he owned half the mineral rights in Harrison County." Ansel sipped his drink. "You know what that means? Owning mineral rights? You own what's underneath, not just the surface." "That's right. The surface is nothing. Dirt and grass and whatever fools build on top of it. The real value is below. The real value is what nobody can see." He set down his glass. "That's the secret of this family, Mr. Truett. We've always understood that what matters is underneath." "And what's underneath the Barfields?" Ansel smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "Oil, money, blood, the usual things." He gestured at the photographs on the wall. "My father crushed 6 competitors on his way up, bought out 2, bankrupted 3, and one, a man named Thibodeau, Cajun fella, thought he could muscle in on our leases. That one just disappeared. They found his boat drifting off Ship Island. Never found him." "Are you confessing to something, Mr. Barfield?" "I'm telling you how things work down here, how they've always worked." Ansel leaned forward, and his eyes were bright in the dim room, feverish. "You Yankees come down with your notebooks and your assumptions. You think you understand us because you've read Faulkner. But Faulkner was a drunk and a liar, and he only told the pretty parts, the parts with poetry in them." He tapped his desk. "There's no poetry in what I've done. There's just winning. And I've won for 50 years. But now you're dying." "Now I'm dying." He sat back. "And everything I built will be sold off within a year. Holt has no spine for the business. He'll take the money and drink himself to death somewhere pretty. Claudine will take her share and find another rich man to marry. And the Barfield name will become a footnote, a historical curiosity." He laughed again, that dry rattle. "You want to know about dying dynasties, Mr. Truett? You're looking at one. We're what happens when the fire goes out." "The fire?" "The hunger, the drive, whatever you want to call it." Ansel looked at him, and something shifted in his expression, a recognition maybe, or a warning. "I had it. My father had it. Holt," he shook his head, "Holt has no fire. That woman he married has too much. And me, I'm just smoke now." The room was silent. Outside, the cicadas screamed their electric song, and the heat pressed against the windows, and the Gulf breeze moved through the live oaks with a sound like whispered secrets. "What about the will?" Ellis asked. "How does the estate pass?" Ansel's expression closed. The brief candor vanished, replaced by something harder. Wouldn't you like to know? I'm asking. You're asking because you're a rider, and riders are vultures. You circle around dying things and wait for the meat. He picked up his glass again. The will is none of your concern. Write about the oil. Write about the history. Write about the tragic decline of the Southern aristocracy. But stay out of family business. I'm here to write about your family, Mr. Barfield. You're here because I allowed it, because Herb Margolis convinced me that a little publicity might help with some legal matters I'd rather not discuss. Ansel drained his glass. Don't mistake access for trust, Mr. Truett. I'm letting you into my house, not into my affairs. Ellis nodded. He had pushed far enough for one morning. Thank you for your time, Mr. Barfield. Ansel, if you're going to write about me, you might as well use my name. The old man closed his eyes. Now get out. I need to rest. The dying take a lot of naps, Mr. Truett. We're practicing. Ellis spent the afternoon walking the grounds. The heat was immense now, a physical weight that pressed down on his shoulders and filled his lungs with every breath. His shirt was soaked through within minutes. His notebook grew damp in his hands. But he kept walking, kept looking, kept trying to understand this place that was so different from anything he knew. The lawn sloped down to the water, thick St. Augustine grass that squelched underfoot from yesterday's rain. Live oaks dotted the property, their branches draped with Spanish moss that hung motionless in the still air. The moss was gray-green, almost silver in the afternoon light, and it gave the trees a funeral look, like mourners draped in veils. Beyond the lawn, the gulf stretched out flat and silver, the horizon line barely distinguishable from the sky. The water was calm, almost oily, and the smell of it was everywhere. Salt and fish and the dark organic rot of the marshes to the east. A pelican dove and came up with something silver in its bill. Mullet jumped in the shallows, their bodies flashing as they broke the surface. Ellis found a bench beneath one of the live oaks and sat down. The shade was no cooler than the sun, but at least it was dim. He opened his notebook and tried to write. The heat here is not like other heat. It has weight. It has presence. It wraps around you like a living thing, like the moss that hangs from the trees, and it doesn't let go. You learn to move slowly. You learn to breathe slowly. You learn that fighting it is useless. You can only surrender. Let it take you. Let yourself become part of the slow, green, rotting world that surrounds you. He stopped, read what he had written. It was purple, overwrought, but it was also true. This place was doing something to him, opening something. The careful control he had cultivated in New York, the observer's distance, the writer's detachment, was dissolving in the humidity, melting like ice in August. He wasn't sure yet if that was good or bad. That night, he couldn't sleep. The guest cottage had no air conditioning, just the ceiling fan turning slowly, stirring the thick air. Ellis lay on top of the sheets in his undershirt and shorts, staring at the blades as they rotated, counting the revolutions to keep his mind from racing. The house sounds were different at night. The creak of settling wood became groans. The rustle of palmetto fronds against the windows became whispers. Somewhere an owl called, low and mournful, and something splashed in the gulf. A fish, maybe, or something larger. At midnight, he heard footsteps. They came from the main house, soft, careful footsteps on the gravel path that connected the cottage to the back veranda. Ellis rose and went to the window. A figure moved through the moonlight. White nightgown, dark hair loose around her shoulders. Claudine. She crossed the lawn to the edge of the property, where a wooden dock extended out into the water. She walked to the end and stood there, looking out at the gulf, her nightgown moving slightly in the breeze that had finally come up off the water. Ellis watched her. He told himself it was observation, research, the writer's duty to see. But it was something else, too. Something he didn't want to name. She stood there for a long time. 10 minutes, 15. Then she turned and walked back toward the house. At the veranda she paused, looked toward the guest cottage. Ellis stepped back from the window, but not fast enough. Even at this distance, in the dark, he could tell she was smiling. He didn't sleep after that. He sat at his desk and wrote until dawn, filling pages with observations and questions and fragments of scenes. The ceiling fan turned. The cicadas sang. The heat pressed in from all sides. And somewhere out on the water, past the dock where Claudine had stood, a light blinked on an oil rig. On, off, on, off. Like a slow heartbeat. Like a warning. Like something waiting to happen. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Wife. The pool had been built in 1935, when Ansel was flush with new money and wanted the world to know it. Now the tiles were cracked, the grout gone green with algae, and the water had a sulphurous tinge that came from the well that fed it. But it was wet and it was cool, and on the 4th day of August, that was enough. Ellis found Claudine there in the late afternoon, reclining on a chaise lounge beneath a faded umbrella, a book open on her lap. She wore a white swimsuit and dark sunglasses, and her skin was slick with oil that caught the light. "Mr. Truett, you look about half dead." "I feel about 3/4. Sit down before you fall down. There's lemonade in the pitcher, if the ice hasn't all gone to water." He sat on the chaise beside hers and poured himself a glass. The lemonade was warm and too sweet, but he drank it anyway. His throat had been dry for days. He was beginning to think he'd never be cool again. "You're adapting," Claudine said, watching him over the tops of her sunglasses. "Most Yankees spend their first week complaining. You just suffer in silence." "I wasn't aware I had a choice." "Oh, honey, there's always a choice. You could complain and suffer, or you could suffer and complain. Down here we consider those two entirely different things." She smiled, and Ellis heard it, the music underneath her words. Not quite a drawl, but a rhythm, a way of stretching certain syllables and swallowing others. "New Orleans," he remembered Denny saying. She was from New Orleans. "What are you reading?" She held up the book. Françoise Sagan, Bonjour Tristesse. A French woman writing about bored rich people behaving badly on the Riviera. She set it down. "I find it comforting. At least our dysfunction has a Mediterranean precedent." "Is that how you see this family? Dysfunctional?" "Mr. Truett?" She took off her sunglasses and looked at him directly. "My father-in-law is dying of cancer in an upstairs bedroom. My husband is drinking himself to death in slow motion. And I am lying by a pool that hasn't been properly cleaned since the Eisenhower administration, reading French novels and waiting for something to happen." She smiled again, but there was no warmth in it. "If that's not dysfunction, I don't know what you'd call it. What are you waiting for?" "Now that's a personal question." "I'm a writer. Personal questions are the job." "So you keep saying." She put her sunglasses back on and turned her face toward the sun. "You know what my mama used to say? She'd say, 'Claudine, honey, never trust a man who tells you what he is. A gentleman doesn't need to announce himself, and a scoundrel will lie about it anyway.' Which do you think I am?" "I haven't decided yet. That's what makes you interesting." A dragonfly skimmed across the pool, its wings catching the light. The air was thick with the smell of chlorine and magnolia and the distant salt of the Gulf. Ellis waited. He had learned in 4 days that silence was a kind of currency here, that if you didn't rush to fill it, people would fill it for you. Claudine filled it. "I read your book, you know, before you came." "You mentioned that at dinner." "I mentioned that I'd read it. I didn't tell you what I thought." She turned her head toward him, her expression unreadable behind the dark lenses. "Would you like to know? Would it matter if I said no?" "Not particularly." She sat up, swinging her legs over the side of the chaise, and reached for her own glass of lemonade. The movement was fluid, unhurried, the kind of grace that came from years of being watched and knowing it. "Your book is beautifully written," she said. "The sentences are clean, the observations are sharp. You have an eye for detail that most writers would kill for." She sipped her lemonade. "And it's dead as last year's azaleas." Ellis felt something tighten in his chest. "That's direct." "You said you appreciated directness." "I said personal questions were my job. I didn't say I enjoyed being on the receiving end." "Well, now you know how the rest of us feel." She set down her glass. You want to know what's wrong with your book, Mr. Truett? What's really wrong with it? I suspect you're going to tell me regardless. You write like a man looking through a window. You see everything, every detail, every gesture, every flicker of expression. But you don't touch anything. You don't feel anything. Your characters are specimens under glass, and your narrator is standing outside in the cold, pressing his nose against the pane. The words hit him like a slap. Not because they were cruel, but because they were true. It was the same criticism the Tribune reviewer had made, the same doubt that had gnawed at him for 6 years. But Claudine had stripped away the polite language and exposed the bone beneath. That's quite an analysis. I was an English major at Newcomb before I dropped out to marry Holt. She smiled, and this time there was something genuine in it, rueful, self-mocking. You're not the only one who had plans that didn't work out. What were your plans? Oh, the usual. Graduate, move to New York or Paris, write something that mattered, fall in love with someone who deserved it. She looked out at the pool, at the cracked tiles and the green water. Instead, I married the heir to an oil fortune and moved to a crumbling mansion in Mississippi where I read French novels and wait for my father-in-law to die so I can collect my share and start over somewhere else. That's very honest. Honey, I'm too hot to lie. Ask me anything you want. I'll probably tell you the truth. Ellis leaned forward. All right. What do you think happened to your husband? What broke him? Claudine was quiet for a long moment. The dragonfly made another pass across the pool. Somewhere in the house, a door slammed. You've heard about Warren, she said. It wasn't a question. Holt mentioned him, said there was a deal, a betrayal. That's one way to put it. She drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. The pose made her look younger, more vulnerable. Warren Childress was Holt's best friend. They were going to build something together, something separate from Ansel, from all this. She gestured at the house. But Ansel doesn't let things be separate. Everything has to be his. So he made Holt choose, the family or the friend. And Holt chose the family. Holt chose the money, which amounts to the same thing, I suppose. She rested her chin on her knees. Warren lost everything, and then he went out to his duck camp and put a shotgun in his mouth. They say Holt was the one who found him. Jesus. Holt doesn't believe in Jesus. Doesn't believe in much of anything anymore. She looked at him. You want to know what broke my husband, Mr. Truett? It wasn't guilt. Holt doesn't feel guilty. That's what broke him. The discovery that he could do something terrible and feel nothing at all. That he's his father's son after all. The words hung in the air, heavy as the humidity. Ellis thought about what Ansel had said. Holt has no fire, and understood it differently now. It wasn't that Holt lacked passion, it was that he had burned it out, had used it up in one terrible act and been left with nothing but ashes. Why are you telling me this? Because you're going to find out anyway. Because I'd rather you hear it from me than from Denny or one of the town gossips. She unfolded herself, stood, stretched. And because I want you to understand something about this family before you start writing about us. What's that? She walked to the edge of the pool and looked down at the water. Her reflection shimmered on the surface, broken and reassembled by the tiny waves. We're not tragic, Mr. Truett. That's what you Yankees always get wrong. You see the big houses and the old money and the decay, and you think you're looking at a tragedy. Fall of the South, death of a way of life, all that Faulkner nonsense. She turned to face him. But tragedy requires nobility. It requires people who are destroyed by their virtues, not their vices. And there's no nobility here, just greed and weakness and people doing what they have to do to survive. What do you have to do to survive? She smiled. It was the smile he'd seen in the moonlight, knowing, dangerous. I haven't decided yet, but when I do, you'll be the first to know. She walked past him toward the house, trailing her fingers across his shoulder as she went. The touch was light, almost accidental. It burned like a brand. At the door, she paused. You asked what was wrong with your book. I told you. You write like you're looking through a window. She tilted her head. So here's my advice, Mr. Truett. free of charge. What's that? Get your hands dirty. She went inside. The screen door slapped shut behind her. Ellis sat by the pool and watched the dragonfly make its endless circles and felt the sweat run down his back and thought about windows, about the difference between watching and touching, about what it might cost to finally step through. That night, he wrote in his notebook, "She sees me clearly. That's the danger and the attraction. She sees what I am, an observer, a watcher, a man who has spent his whole life on the outside of things. She's daring me to come inside. The question is whether I'm brave enough, or foolish enough. Down here, in the heat, I'm not sure there's a difference." "Get your hands dirty," she said. "I think I'm going to." He closed the notebook. Outside, the Gulf moved against the shore, and the cicadas sang their electric songs. And somewhere in the dark, a nightbird called, 3 notes, rising, like a question that expected no answer. He didn't sleep for a long time. When he did, he dreamed of Claudine, standing at the edge of a pool that had no bottom, looking down into the dark water, smiling. "Come in," she said. "The water's fine." And in the dream, God help him, he went. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Husband. Holt found him on the 6th day. Ellis was sitting on the veranda of the guest cottage, trying to write in the marginally cooler air of early morning, when he heard footsteps on the gravel path. He looked up to see Holt Barfield walking toward him, a fishing rod in each hand and a tackle box tucked under his arm. "You fish, Mr. Truett?" "Not since I was a boy. My father used to take me to the Catskills." "Trout fishing." Holt made it sound like a disease. "Well, this ain't nothing like that. This is real fishing, Gulf fishing. You sit in a boat and sweat and drink beer and maybe catch something and maybe don't." He held out one of the rods. "You coming or not?" Ellis looked at his notebook, at the blank page, at the words that wouldn't come. "I'm coming." Holt's boat was a 16-foot Boston whaler, white fiberglass gone yellow with age, moored at the end of the family dock. The engine coughed and sputtered before catching, sending up a cloud of blue smoke that hung in the still air. "She ain't pretty," Holt said, guiding them out past the shallows, "but she runs. That's more'n you can say for most things around here." The Gulf opened up before them, flat and silver in the morning light. Ellis sat in the bow and watched the shore recede, the white columns of Barfield House growing smaller, the live oaks shrinking to dark smudges against the sky. The air was cooler on the water, touched by a breeze that didn't reach the land. "Where are we going?" "Out past the barrier islands. There's a spot where the pompano run this time of year. My daddy used to take me there when I was a boy." Holt squinted at the horizon. Before he got too busy making money to bother with his son. They motored for 20 minutes, the engine noise making conversation impossible. Ellis watched the water, the way the light played across it, the dark shapes of jellyfish drifting below the surface, the occasional flash of silver as a fish broke through. A pelican followed them for a while, hoping for scraps, then peeled off toward the shore. Holt cut the engine in a spot that looked like every other spot. Open water, no landmarks, nothing to distinguish it from the miles of gulf surrounding them. "This is it?" "This is it. Daddy had a way of finding it by the stars, by the way the current moved. I just used dead reckoning and hoped for the best." He opened the tackle box and began rigging the lines. "You know what dead reckoning means, Mr. Truett?" "Navigation without instruments. You calculate your position based on where you started and how far you've traveled. That's the technical definition, but what it really means is you're guessing. You're taking your best guess based on where you've been and hoping it gets you where you're going." Holt handed him a rod. "That's about all any of us do when you get down to it, dead reckoning." They cast their lines and waited. The boat rocked gently in the swells. The sun climbed higher, burning off the morning haze, and the heat began to build again. Slower out here, gentled by the water, but building all the same. "You want a beer?" Holt asked. "It's 9 in the morning. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, and we're nowhere, which means it's whatever time we say it is." He reached into the cooler at his feet and pulled out 2 bottles of Jack's, popping the caps with a church key. "Down here, we call this breakfast." Ellis took the beer. It was cold and bitter and exactly what he needed. "Can I ask you something, Holt?" "You can ask. Don't mean I'll answer." "Why did you invite me out here? You've barely said 2 words to me since I arrived." Holt was quiet for a moment, watching his line. A fish jumped somewhere to the east, too far away to identify. "Because you're the first person in this house who doesn't want something from me," he said finally. "Daddy wants me to be something I'm not. Claudine wants me to be something I can't be. Denny wants—" He stopped, shook his head. "Denny wants what Denny wants. But you're just here to watch. To write your little article and go back to New York and forget all about us. You don't think I want anything?" "Oh, you want something. You want a story. But that's different. A story isn't personal. A story is just words on a page." Holt took a long pull from his beer. "I can give you words. Words don't cost me nothing." The boat drifted. The lines trailed in the water. Ellis waited, letting the silence do its work. "You heard about Warren," Holt said. It wasn't a question. "Your wife mentioned him." "Claudine." Holt laughed, a short, humorless sound. "She tell you I killed him?" "She said he killed himself." "Same thing." Holt reeled in his line, checked the bait, cast again. "I didn't pull the trigger. Didn't have to. I just arranged things so that pulling the trigger was the only option he had left." "Tell me." Holt looked at him. His eyes were bloodshot, but clearer than Ellis had seen them. The early hour, maybe, or the water, or simply the need to speak. "Warren Childress. We met at Tulane. He was from nothing. Scholarship kid. First in his family to go to college. Smart as a whip and twice as sharp. We were going to be partners, build something real." He stared out at the water. "He had this idea, see? Mineral rights in Terrebonne Parish. Some old Cajun families sitting on land that was worth a fortune and didn't know it. Warren found them, talked to them, got them to trust him. He was good at that, getting people to trust him. What happened? What always happens. We needed capital, more than we had. So I went to Daddy." Holt's voice was flat, reciting facts. "Daddy said he'd invest, but he wanted control. Majority stake. Warren wouldn't agree. Said it defeated the whole purpose. Said we'd just be working for Ansel Barfield with extra steps. So I—" He stopped, took another drink. "I signed papers behind his back. Gave Daddy what he wanted. Told Warren it was the only way. The only way, I said. Like that made it all right. And then? And then Daddy did what Daddy does. Squeezed Warren out. Legally, properly, with all the correct paperwork. Warren lost everything. His stake, his idea, his future. His family's been in Louisiana for 200 years, you know. He was going to be the one who lifted them up. Instead, he was the one who lost it all." The boat rocked. A gull cried overhead. Ellis felt the weight of the story settling over them like the heat. 6 months later, he drove out to his duck camp and didn't come back. I was the one who found him. Holt's voice cracked. Sitting in his blind, looking out at the water, shotgun across his lap. He'd written me a letter, just one line. "You know what you did." "Jesus, Holt." "I burned the letter. Never told anyone what it said. Just let everyone think he was crazy, that the stress got to him, that it was nobody's fault." Holt finished his beer, crumpled the can, threw it into the cooler. "You know what the worst part is?" "What?" "I don't feel guilty." He turned to look at Ellis, and his eyes were dry. "I keep waiting to feel something. Grief, shame, remorse, anything. But there's nothing there. Just empty. Like somebody scooped out my insides and left the shell." He smiled, a terrible smile. "That's what Daddy wanted, you know. He didn't just want my signature on those papers. He wanted to prove something, that I was his, that when push came to shove, I'd choose the money over the man. And I did. And I didn't even have the decency to feel bad about it." "You feel something, or you wouldn't be telling me this." "Do I?" Holt shook his head. "Maybe. Or maybe I just like the sound of my own voice. Down here, we got a word for people like me. We call 'em sorry. Not sorry like apologizing. Sorry like worthless. Sorry like ain't no account. He reached for another beer. "I'm a sorry man, Mr. Truett. I've known it for 3 years. I just haven't figured out what to do about it." They fished in silence after that. The sun reached its zenith and began its slow descent. Ellis caught a small pompano and threw it back. Holt caught nothing at all, but he didn't seem to mind. He drank his beers and watched the water and occasionally said something, a fragment of memory, a scrap of philosophy, nothing that required a response. Around 3, he started the engine and pointed the boat toward shore. "Can I ask you something, Mr. Truett?" "Ellis, if we're going to talk about killing people, you might as well use my first name." Holt almost smiled. "Ellis, then, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." Holt stared out at the water. "Do you think people are good or evil?" Ellis thought about the question, about how long people had been arguing it, about how rarely it was asked by someone who didn't already feel trapped by the answer. He thought about his own failures, his own compromises, the ways he'd learned to explain them to himself until they sounded reasonable. "I don't know," he said. "I think most people are just trying to live with what they've done." "Yeah," Holt nodded slowly. "That sounds about right." The shore was growing closer now, the white columns of Barfield House rising out of the haze. The heat was waiting for them, shimmering above the land like something alive. "Holt, why did you really bring me out here?" Holt was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Because I wanted someone to know what I did, what I am, before..." He stopped. "Before what?" "Nothing. Forget it." He guided the boat toward the dock, cutting the engine, letting momentum carry them the last few yards. "Just, when you write your article, Mr. Truett, when you tell the world about the Barfields and our dying dynasty, remember that I told you the truth. Remember that I didn't lie to you." "I'll remember." "Good." Holt tied off the boat and climbed onto the dock. He stood there for a moment, silhouetted against the sun, and Ellis had the sudden, strange sense that he was looking at a man who had already made a decision, who was just waiting for the right moment to carry it out. "Holt, thanks for coming out, Ellis. We should do it again sometime." He walked up the dock toward the house, and Ellis watched him go, and the feeling stayed with him. That sense of something already decided, already set in motion, rolling toward its conclusion like a wave that had started miles offshore. A seagull landed on the piling beside him. It turned its head, fixed him with one black eye. Ellis stared back. "What do you know?" he asked it. "What do you see?" The bird didn't answer. It just watched him, patient and still, as the afternoon light faded and the shadows grew long, and somewhere in the house, a man who had stopped believing in change waited for the bill to come due. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Lawyer. Denny called on the 7th day, his voice crackling through the telephone line like something fried in the heat. "Mr. Truett, I was wondering if you might like to come into town. Get out of that house for a spell. I could show you around, introduce you to some folks who knew the Barfields back when." Ellis looked out the window at the shimmer rising off the lawn, the way the air itself seemed to be sweating. "I'd like that very much." "I'll pick you up at 5. We'll get supper at Delshamp's, have a few drinks, and I'll tell you everything you need to know about this family." Denny paused. "The things they won't tell you themselves." Biloxi in the early evening was a different animal than Biloxi at noon. The killing heat had softened to something merely oppressive, and people had emerged from their air-conditioned hiding places to walk the streets, to sit on porches, to pretend that life in Mississippi in August was a thing that could be endured. Denny drove with the windows down, his left arm resting on the door, his right hand loose on the wheel. He had changed out of his seersucker into something more casual, linen pants, a short-sleeved shirt open at the collar. But he still had the look of a man who wore suits for a living. The fabric of professionalism was woven into him. "You settling in all right out there?" he asked. "Well enough. The heat takes some getting used to." "Heat ain't nothing. Wait till hurricane season proper. Then you'll see something." He turned onto the main street, past storefronts with striped awnings and neon signs just flickering to life. "My grandmama used to say the Gulf was like a woman, beautiful and calm most of the time, but Lord help you when she gets her temper up." Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman. She was. Raised 6 children in a 2-room house in Pascagoula. Outlived 2 husbands and died in her sleep at 93 with a glass of bourbon on the nightstand. Denny smiled. That's what passes for a happy ending down here. He parked in front of a low brick building with a hand-painted sign that read Del Champ's Restaurant and Oyster Bar. The smell hit Ellis before he was out of the car. Fried seafood and beer and the briny undercurrent of the Gulf. Best po' boys on the coast, Denny said, and the coldest beer south of Memphis. Inside, the restaurant was dim and cool, ceiling fans turning slowly, wooden booths worn smooth by generations of elbows. A black woman behind the counter nodded at Denny as they entered. Mr. Hebert, usual table? If it's free, Miss Alma. For you, it's always free. She led them to a booth in the back, away from the other diners. Denny ordered 2 Jack's beers and a dozen raw oysters to start, and when the drinks came, he raised his bottle in a toast. To the Barfields, may they give you everything you need for your article, and may the article not get me fired. Ellis clinked his bottle against Denny's. I'll do my best on both counts. The oysters arrived, fat and gray and glistening, nestled in chipped ice with little cups of cocktail sauce and horseradish. Denny showed Ellis how to eat them properly. A squeeze of lemon, a dash of hot sauce, then straight down the throat without chewing. You chew an oyster, you might as well be eating snot, Denny explained. You let it slide, you taste the whole Gulf in one swallow. Ellis tried one. The salt, the brine, the faint metallic sweetness. It was like drinking the ocean, like taking the Gulf into his body. Good, isn't it? It's something. That's what we say down here when we don't have words for a thing. It's something. Covers a multitude of sins. Denny ate 2 oysters in quick succession, wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. So, you want to hear about the Barfields? That's why I'm here. No, you're here because you're curious. Because you've been in that house for a week and you can tell something's wrong, but you can't quite put your finger on what. Denny leaned back in the booth. Am I close? Close enough. Well then, let me illuminate you. He took a long pull from his beer. I've been handling the Barfield affairs for 8 years now, since I was 29 years old and fresh out of Ole Miss Law School. And Ansel decided he needed someone young and hungry who wouldn't ask too many questions. And you were that person. I was that person. Still am, I suppose, though the young part's getting harder to claim. Denny's smile faded. You want to know about this family, Mr. Truett? Here's what you need to understand. Everything, the house, the money, the company, all of it, everything flows through Ansel. And when Ansel dies, which is going to happen sooner than anyone wants to admit, everything changes. How so? Denny glanced around the restaurant, then lowered his voice. The will. I drew it up myself, so I know it better than anyone. Ansel's leaving control of Barfield Petroleum to a trust, not to Holt directly. The trust will be managed by a board, me, a banker in New Orleans, and a cousin from the Texas branch of the family. Why not leave it to Holt? Because Ansel knows what his son is, what he's become. Denny's voice was matter of fact, but there was something underneath, not judgment exactly, more like resignation. Holt gets a salary from the trust, a generous one, but he doesn't get control. He doesn't get to sell. He doesn't get to run it into the ground. And Claudine? Denny's face changed. It was subtle, a tightening around the eyes, a slight shift in his posture, but Ellis saw it, filed it away. Claudine gets nothing from the trust. That's not how it works. She's not blood. He picked up his beer, set it down again without drinking. But as Holt's wife, she's entitled to half of whatever Holt has. Community property under Louisiana law. So if Holt dies before Ansel, she gets nothing. If Holt dies after Ansel, she gets half his interest in the trust, which amounts to a lot of money, but no control. And if they divorce, same thing. She walks away with half of Holt's assets at the time of the divorce, which right now is not much. Ansel keeps his son on a short leash. Denny finally took his drink. You see the bind she's in? She can't leave because she'd be leaving with nothing. She can't stay because staying means watching her husband drink himself to death by inches. And she can't wait for Ansel to die because even then she's just getting a share of a share. She's trapped. Ellis thought about Claudine by the pool, about her midnight walk to the dock, about the way she'd said, "I haven't decided yet," when he'd asked what she had to do to survive. That must be difficult for her. It's killing her. Anyone can see that. Denny's voice had softened. She's not suited for this, you know. Biloxi, the house, all this slow decay. She's too alive for it. Too smart. Too... He trailed off, staring at his beer. Too what? Denny looked up, and there it was, naked on his face for just a moment before he covered it. Longing. Helpless, hopeless longing. She deserves better than what she got, he said quietly. That's all. She deserves better. Ellis felt something click into place. A piece of the puzzle he hadn't known he was assembling. You care about her. I care about all my clients. That's not what I mean. Denny was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a short, bitter sound. You're good, Mr. Truett. I'll give you that. You sit there with your Yankee manners and your writer's notebook, and you get people to say things they shouldn't say. He shook his head. Yes, I care about her. More than I should. More than a man ought to care about another man's wife. Is that what you wanted to hear? I didn't want to hear anything. I just asked a question, and I answered it, against my better judgment. Denny finished his beer, signaled to Miss Alma for another. She doesn't know, in case you're wondering. I've never said a word to her, never touched her, never even let myself be alone with her for more than a few minutes. Because I know what I am, Mr. Truett. I'm a small-town lawyer with a small-town future, and she's Claudine Barfield, and there's no version of this story where that ends well. You seem very certain of that. I'm certain of most things. It's a professional requirement. The new beer arrived. Denny raised it. Here's to certainty. May it last as long as we need it to. They ate their po' boys, shrimp for Denny, oyster for Ellis, and talked about other things. The history of the coast. The hurricane of '47 that had nearly wiped Biloxi off the map. The slow decline of the fishing industry. The rise of the oil business. The way one kind of wealth had replaced another without changing much of anything underneath. But Ellis's mind kept returning to what Denny had said about the will, about Claudine, about the trap she was in and the man who loved her from a distance, too honorable to act, too weak to walk away. He saw it now, the architecture of the situation, the forces in tension, the pressure that was building day by day in the heat and the silence. All it needed was a catalyst. Something to set it in motion. Someone to light the match. Denny drove him back to Barfield House as the sun was setting, the sky streaked with red and purple, the Gulf a sheet of hammered copper beneath it. I shouldn't have told you all that, Denny said, about Claudine, about the will. Why did you? Because you asked. Because I've been carrying it around for years and I'm tired of the wait. He pulled into the long driveway, the live oaks closing over them like a tunnel. And because I trust you, God help me. I don't know why, but I do. Maybe you shouldn't, Denny laughed. Now there's an honest answer. First one I've gotten all night. He stopped the car in front of the guest cottage. Ellis got out, then leaned back through the window. Denny, can I ask you one more question? You can ask. If something were to happen to Holt before Ansel dies, what would happen to Claudine then? Denny's face went still. Why would you ask that? I told you, I'm a writer. I ask questions. That's a hell of a question, Mr. Truett. It's just hypothetical. Denny was quiet for a long moment. The cicadas screamed in the darkness. The live oaks rustled overhead, their branches heavy with moss. If Holt died before Ansel, he said slowly, Claudine would get nothing from the estate. As a widow with no children, she'd have no claim on the trust. But she'd be free. Denny's voice was barely a whisper. She'd be out of the trap. She could start over, somewhere else, with someone else. He didn't say with me. He didn't have to. Good night, Denny. Good night, Mr. Truett. Ellis watched the taillights disappear down the drive. Then he went into the cottage and sat at his desk and looked at the blank page and thought about traps, about the people caught in them, about the people who could set them free. He opened his notebook and wrote, "The pieces are on the board. Claudine, trapped by money. Denny, trapped by love. Holt, trapped by guilt. Ansel, trapped by death. And me? What am I trapped by? Nothing. That's the thing. I'm the only one who's free. The only one who can see the whole picture. The question is what I'm going to do with it." He underlined the last sentence. Then he closed the notebook and went to bed and did not sleep for a long time. Outside, the gulf moved against the shore, patient and dark, and somewhere on the water a light blinked. On, off, on, off, like a signal, like an invitation, like a dare. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. First move. It began, as these things do, with a small lie. Ellis found Claudine in the library on the morning of August 8th. The room was on the north side of the house, the coolest spot in the building, its windows shaded by a massive magnolia whose branches pressed against the glass like hands seeking entry. She was curled in a leather chair with another French novel, Colette this time, and she looked up when he entered with an expression of mild surprise. "Mr. Truett, I didn't take you for a reader." "I'm a writer. Reading is an occupational hazard." And yet I've seen you with the same 3 books since you arrived. Faulkner, Welty, and that dog-eared copy of All the King's Men you carry around like a talisman." She closed her book, keeping one finger between the pages. "You're not reading. You're researching." "Is there a difference?" "All the difference in the world. Reading is pleasure. Research is work disguised as pleasure." She smiled. "Which are you doing now?" Ellis moved along the shelves, trailing his fingers across the spines. The Barfield library was impressive. 3 walls of books, floor to ceiling. Everything from leather-bound classics to cheaply printed mysteries with lurid covers. He pulled out a volume at random. Edith Wharton, The House of Mirth. "I was looking for something to read. Actual reading, no research." "And you chose Edith Wharton?" Claudine laughed. "A novel about a woman destroyed by society's expectations and her own poor choices. How very apropos." "I didn't know what it was about." "Of course you did. Writers always know." She unfolded herself from the chair, setting down her Colette. "Put that back. If you want to understand the South, don't read a New Yorker writing about New York. Read this." She crossed to a different shelf and pulled down a slim volume, handing it to him. Kate Chopin, The Awakening. Another woman destroyed by expectations? A woman who wakes up, who realizes that the life she's been living isn't hers, who walks into the sea rather than go back to sleep. Claudine's eyes held his. Some people find that tragic. I find it honest. "Which do you think it is?" "I think it depends on whether you've ever been asleep." She held his gaze a moment longer, then turned back to her chair. But she didn't sit. She stood at the window, looking out at the magnolia, her profile sharp against the green light filtering through the leaves. "You're good at this, Mr. Truett." "Good at what?" "Making people talk. Making them reveal themselves." She traced a finger along the windowsill, collecting dust. "You've been here a week, and you already know more about this family than most people learn in years. Ansel's told you about the business. Holt's told you about Warren. Denny's told you..." She paused. "What has Denny told you?" Ellis kept his face neutral. "Background, history, legal matters regarding the estate." "Is that all? What else would there be?" Claudine turned to face him. The light from the window made a halo of her dark hair, caught the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She was beautiful, but it was a sharp beauty, a beauty with edges. "Denny Hebert has been in love with me for 3 years," she said calmly. "He thinks I don't know. He thinks he's hidden it behind professionalism and propriety and all his good boy manners. But I see the way he looks at me when he thinks no one's watching. I see the way his hands shake when I stand too close." Ellis said nothing. Waited. "Does that shock you, Mr. Truett?" "Should it? Most men would be shocked, or titillated, or both." She moved closer, close enough that he could smell her perfume. something French, something expensive, something that didn't belong in this crumbling house. But you're not shocked. You're interested, professionally interested. I'm a writer, so you keep saying. But I'm beginning to wonder what kind of writer you really are. She was very close now, close enough to touch. The kind who observes or the kind who participates? I haven't decided yet. Well, she smiled, and it was the smile from the moonlight, the smile from the pool. When you do decide, let me know. She picked up her Colette and walked out of the library, leaving Ellis alone with the Chopin novel and the smell of her perfume and the feeling that something had just shifted between them. Something that couldn't be shifted back. That afternoon he found Denny at the offices of Abear and Associates on Main Street. A two-room suite above a hardware store, ceiling fan turning slowly, papers stacked on every surface. Mr. Truett. Denny looked up from his desk surprised. Didn't expect to see you in town. I needed to get out of that house, clear my head. Ellis took the chair across from Denny's desk without being invited. And I wanted to thank you for dinner last night. I learned more from you in 2 hours than I've learned from the Barfields in a week. Happy to help, though I'm still not sure how much of what I said should end up in print. Off the record, all of it. I'm just trying to understand the family. And do you understand them? Ellis considered the question. Through the window behind Denny's head, he could see the main street of Biloxi. People moving slowly in the heat, a dog sleeping in the shade of an awning, a black man pushing a cart of watermelons, calling out his prices in a singing voice. I understand that they're trapped, he said. All of them. In different ways, for different reasons, but trapped all the same. That's one way to put it. What's another way? Denny leaned back in his chair. The fan turned overhead, stirring the thick air. Outside, the watermelon man's song faded as he moved down the street. My daddy used to say that some families are like houses built on sand. They look solid enough from the outside, but underneath, the foundation's always shifting. One good storm, and the whole thing comes down. He shrugged. The Barfields have been waiting for that storm for a long time. Maybe it's finally coming. In the form of Ansel's death? In the form of whatever comes after? Denny's eyes were careful. I've said too much already, last night. I shouldn't have. You shouldn't have told me about Claudine? Denny flinched. I was drunk, or close enough. I didn't mean... It's all right, Denny. I'm not going to tell anyone. Ellis leaned forward, lowering his voice. But can I tell you something? Something that might help? Help how? She knows. Denny went pale. What? She knows how you feel about her. She told me this morning. Ellis watched the panic spread across Denny's face, the flush of shame, the darting eyes. But here's the thing. She didn't seem upset about it. If anything, she seemed flattered. Flattered? Denny's voice was a whisper. She said you were the only one in this town who treats her like she has a mind. The only one who sees her as a person, not a trophy. Ellis shrugged. Her words, not mine. She said that? About me? She did. Denny sat very still. Ellis could see the thoughts moving behind his eyes. Hope warring with caution. Desire warring with propriety. The good Southern boy fighting the man who wanted something he couldn't have. It doesn't change anything, Denny said finally. She's married. I have responsibilities. To the family. To Ansel. Of course. I can't just... He stopped, swallowed. I can't. No one's asking you to do anything, Denny. I just thought you should know that she sees you, that she appreciates you. Ellis stood, moving toward the door. A man deserves to know when he's appreciated. Mr. Truett, Ellis turned. Why did you tell me this? It was a good question, the right question. Ellis had a lie ready. Because I like you, because you were honest with me, because it seemed like the kind thing to do. But something stopped him, some instinct for the truth, or at least for a version of it. Because I'm curious, he said, about what happens next. He left before Denny could respond. But he saw the man's face as he walked out, the flush of color returning, the eyes bright with something new, something dangerous. A seed, planted. Now he just had to wait for it to grow. That night, Ellis sat at his desk in the cottage and tried to write his magazine article. The Barfield family represents a vanishing breed of Southern aristocracy, their fortune built on oil, their legacy fading with each passing generation. He stopped, read the sentence back, deleted it. He tried again. Ansel Barfield is dying. His son is drinking himself to death. His daughter-in-law is trapped in a marriage that stopped. Deleted. The article wasn't what he wanted to write. It wasn't even close. What he wanted to write was something else. Something that had been taking shape in his mind since the first night, since the seagull on the platform, since Claudine's smile in the moonlight. He opened a fresh page in his notebook. Not the notebook he used for research, a different one, private. What if? He wrote the words at the top of the page and stared at them. What if Holt died before Ansel? What would happen then? He began to list the possibilities. Claudine would be free but poor, without any claim on the estate. Denny would be free to love her openly, to pursue what he'd been denying himself for years. Ansel would be devastated, but also relieved. One less problem to solve. One less reminder of his own failures. What if it wasn't an accident? He wrote the question before he could stop himself. His hand moved across the page, filling it with scenarios, contingencies, possibilities. The boat, the drinking, the water, a fall, a blow to the head, a body drifting in the current. Who benefits? Everyone. Who loses? Only Holt. And Holt has already lost everything that matters. Ellis stopped writing, looked at what he had produced. This wasn't research. This wasn't background. This was something else entirely. Fiction, he told himself. You're writing fiction, a hypothetical, a thought experiment. But his hands were shaking, and his heart was racing. And somewhere, deep inside, in a place he didn't want to examine too closely, he knew that wasn't true. He closed the notebook, pushed it aside, went to the window and looked out at the dark water, at the blinking light on the oil rig, at the stars scattered across the Gulf sky like spilled salt. He wasn't writing fiction. He was writing a plan. And the worst part, the part that terrified him and thrilled him in equal measure, was that he didn't want to stop. He walked out onto the porch. The air was thick and warm, syrupy with the smell of night-blooming jasmine and the salt rot of the marsh. The cicadas had finally quieted, replaced by the deeper chorus of frogs and the occasional splash of something in the shallows. The seagull was back. It sat on the porch railing, white and gray in the moonlight, its black eye fixed on Ellis with that same unreadable attention. It should have flown away when he opened the door. It didn't. You again, Ellis said. The bird tilted its head. What are you, my conscience? My witness? He laughed, a sound without humor. You're a seagull. You don't mean anything. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. The bird meant something. Everything in this place meant something. The heat, the water, the moss hanging from the trees like funeral shrouds. The South was a landscape of symbols, and he was learning to read them. The seagull spread its wings and lifted off, gliding out over the water, disappearing into the dark. Ellis watched it go. Then he went back inside, opened his notebook, and kept writing. August 9th, 2 a.m. The scenario is taking shape. The elements are in place. The boat, the drinking, the isolation. Holt goes out alone most nights. Everyone knows this. Everyone accepts it. The question is not whether it could happen. The question is who would make it happen. Denny? He has the motive, Claudine, and the means, access to everything, knowledge of everything. But does he have the will? Claudine? She has the motive, freedom, but not the means. She can't do it herself. She needs someone else, someone to plan it, to push it, to make it seem inevitable. And me? I have no motive. No stake. I'm just a writer, passing through. But I see the shape of it. I see how it could work. And seeing is a kind of participation, isn't it? Knowing is a kind of complicity. I could stop this. I could leave. I could write my article and go back to New York and forget any of this ever happened. But I won't, because this is the story, the real story. Not the dying dynasty, not the faded grandeur, not any of the pretty lies I came here to write. This is a story about what people do when they're trapped, what they're willing to sacrifice, what they're willing to become. And I want to see how it ends. God help me. I want to see how it ends. He closed the notebook. The first light of dawn was showing through the windows, pink and gold, the sky over the gulf catching fire. He hadn't slept. He didn't need to. He had never felt more awake in his life. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Greenhouse. The greenhouse stood at the far edge of the property, half hidden by a stand of crepe myrtles that had grown wild and leggy from neglect. It had been built in the 1920s when Ansel's mother had fancied herself a horticulturist, and for a time it had housed orchids and rare ferns and delicate things that had no business surviving in Mississippi. Now the glass panels were clouded with salt residue and green with algae, and the plants inside had either died or gone feral, bougainvillea climbing the iron frame, jasmine strangling the workbenches, everything tangled and overgrown and fighting for light. Ellis had discovered it on his second day and claimed it as his own. The heat inside was brutal, greenhouse heat, magnified and wet, the kind that soaked through clothing in minutes. But it was private. No one came here. No one even seemed to remember it existed. He sat at the old potting bench with his notebook open, sweat dripping onto the pages, writing. Not the magazine article. The other thing. The thing that had taken root in his mind and refused to let go. She stands at the window watching her husband's car disappear down the drive. She has stood at this window 1,000 times watching him leave, and each time she feels the same thing, relief, followed by shame, followed by something harder to name. Not hope exactly. Hope implies a future. What she feels is more like patience. The patience of a woman who has learned to wait. He stopped, read it back. The prose was clean, controlled, too controlled maybe. It didn't capture her, the heat of her, the sharpness. He tried again. She stands at the window and thinks about drowning. Not suicide, nothing so dramatic. Just the idea of water closing over her head, of sinking into something cool and dark and quiet. The Gulf is right there, 50 yards from the house, and some nights she walks down to the dock and stands at the edge and wonders what it would feel like to keep walking, to let the water take her, to finally stop waiting. Better, darker, closer to the truth. That's quite good. Ellis's pen jerked across the page. He turned. Claudine stood in the doorway of the greenhouse, backlit by the afternoon sun, her white dress glowing against the green tangle behind her. How long had she been there? How much had she seen? I didn't hear you come in. I moved quiet. Mom always said I walked like a cat. No warning, just suddenly there. She stepped inside, letting the door fall shut behind her. The heat wrapped around them both. What are you writing? Nothing. Notes. That didn't look like notes. She moved closer, and he resisted the urge to close the notebook. Closing it would be an admission. It looked like a woman standing at a window thinking about drowning. It's fiction. Is it? She was beside him now, close enough that he could smell her. Not the French perfume today, but something simpler. Soap, maybe. Sweat. The honest smell of a body in the heat. Read it to me. I'd rather not. Why, because it's about me? Ellis looked at her. The afternoon light through the clouded glass made everything soft, hazy, like a photograph left too long in the sun. Her face was flushed from the heat. A strand of dark hair stuck to her temple, her lips slightly parted. What makes you think it's about you? Because everything you write is about something you've seen. That's your gift and your curse. You can't make anything up. You can only rearrange what's already there. She reached past him and picked up the notebook before he could stop her. Let me see. Claudine? But she was already reading. Her eyes moved down the page, and he watched her face for a reaction. Anger, recognition, fear. He saw none of those things. What he saw was worse. He saw hunger. She has learned to wait, Claudine read aloud. The patience of a woman who has learned to wait. She looked up. You do see me. I see everyone. It's what I do. No, other people look. You see. She set down the notebook, but she didn't move away. Do you know what that's like? To be seen, really seen, after years of being looked at? Tell me. She was quiet for a moment. Outside, a mockingbird ran through its repertoire. A dozen different songs, none of them its own. The greenhouse ticked and creaked as the glass expanded in the heat. I was 19 when I met Holt, she said. Debutante season in New Orleans. You know what that is? It's a meat market dressed up in white gloves and waltzes. You parade around in your mama's pearls and your borrowed dress, and the boys from good families look you over like horses at auction. Who's got the best bloodlines? Who's got the widest hips? Who'll give them sons and keep their mouths shut about the rest? And Holt? Holt was different, or I thought he was. She moved to the window, what was left of it, the glass so fogged with grime that the world outside was just shapes and colors. He talked to me like I had a mind, asked what I was reading, what I thought about things. He'd been to Paris, to Rome. He had plans. Not just to inherit his daddy's money, but to build something of his own, something real. Warren's project. You know about that? Holt told me, on the boat. She nodded slowly. Then you know what happened, what Holt did, what Ansel made him do. She traced a finger through the condensation on the glass, leaving a clear trail. I didn't know when I married him. I thought I was getting the man who talked about Paris and plans. I didn't know I was getting the man who would sell his best friend for 30 pieces of silver. When did you find out? Our wedding night. She laughed, a short, bitter sound. He got drunk, drunker than I'd ever seen him, and he told me everything. Warren, the deal, the shotgun. He was crying, begging me to forgive him, begging me to help him become the man he used to be. She turned to face Ellis. You know what I felt? Not horror, not even pity. I felt cheated. I had traded myself for a man who didn't exist anymore. I had sold myself for a ghost. Why didn't you leave? And go where? Do what? I was 20 years old, Mr. Truett. No degree, no skills, no money of my own, just a pretty face and a good name, and a husband who couldn't touch me without crying afterward. She shrugged. So I stayed. I learned to wait. I told myself that something would change, that Holt would get better, or Ansel would die, or some door would open that I couldn't see yet. But nothing changed. Nothing ever changes here. That's the secret of the South. We're all just ghosts, haunting houses that should have fallen down a long time ago. Ellis stood. The heat was unbearable now, pressing against his skin, soaking through his clothes. But he didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay in this green, dripping place with this woman who was telling him the truth. What do you want, Claudine? If you could have anything. She looked at him for a long moment. The mockingbird had stopped singing. The greenhouse was silent, except for the tick of expanding glass and the distant murmur of the Gulf. I want to stop waiting, she said. I want to stop being patient. I want to do something, anything, even if it's terrible, even if it ruins me. Her eyes were bright, feverish. Do you understand that? The need to act, even if the act destroys you? Yes, Ellis said. I understand. I know you do. That's why I came looking for you. She stepped closer, close enough to touch. You're not like the others, Mr. Truett. You're not content to watch. You want to be part of the story. I can see it in you, the same hunger I feel, the same restlessness. What are you asking me? I'm not asking anything. Not yet. She reached up and touched his face, just her fingertips, light as breath, tracing the line of his jaw. I'm just letting you know that when I do ask, I expect you to say yes. She held his gaze for a moment longer. Then she turned and walked out of the greenhouse, leaving him alone with the heat and the tangle of dying plants and the notebook full of words that weren't fiction at all. He stayed in the greenhouse until the sun went down. He couldn't bring himself to leave, couldn't face the house, the family, the elaborate charade of dinner and conversation. So he sat at the potting bench and sweated and wrote. He wrote the scene again, the woman at the window, but this time he went further. She turns from the window and sees him watching her, the writer, the stranger, the man who sees what no one else sees. She should be afraid of him. She should send him away. Instead, she walks toward him, and when she speaks, her voice is low and certain. I need you to do something for me. Anything. I need you to help me kill my husband. Ellis stopped, read the words back. This wasn't fiction. This was prophecy. This was the scene he was writing himself into, word by word, choice by choice. He should tear out the page, burn it, forget he ever came to this place. Instead, he kept writing. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Acceleration. The dinner was Ellis's idea, though he made it seem like happenstance. He mentioned to Claudine at breakfast that he needed to interview Denny again. Legal details for the article, nothing important. He mentioned to Denny by telephone that Claudine had expressed interest in the history of the estate, that it might be useful to have them both in the same room, answering questions together. He mentioned to Maylene that there would be a guest for dinner, and could she set an extra place. Small lies. Harmless arrangements. The kind of stage management that could be explained away as convenience. By 6 o'clock, the table was set for 4 in the small dining room, the one the family used when they weren't performing for company. White linen, blue china, candles that Maylene lit as the sun began its slow descent into the Gulf. The French doors stood open to catch what breeze there was, and the smell of the water mixed with the smell of roasting chicken and something sweet. Peach cobbler, maybe, or bread pudding. Holt came down at 6:15, already listing slightly to port. Dinner party. He surveyed the table with bleary amusement. Nobody told me we were having a dinner party. Just Denny, Claudine said. He's helping Mr. Truett with his article. Denny. Holt poured himself a whiskey from the sideboard. Good old Denny. Good old reliable Denny. He raised his glass in a mock toast. To lawyers, may they always be there to clean up our messes. Holt, Claudine's voice was sharp. Try to be civilized, just for one evening. Civilized, yes. That's what we are, isn't it? Civilized people in a civilized house, having civilized conversations about civilized things. He drained his glass, poured another. Meanwhile, Daddy's dying upstairs, and the whole place is falling apart around our ears. But by God, we're civilized. Maybe you should lie down, Ellis said, if you're not feeling well. Holt turned to look at him. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes, suspicion maybe, or recognition. Then it was gone, drowned in whiskey and exhaustion. You know what, Mr. Truett? I think I will. He picked up the bottle. Give my regards to good old Denny. Tell him I said... He stopped, seemed to lose his train of thought. Tell him I said something. I'm sure he'll understand. He walked out, his footsteps unsteady on the stairs. Claudine watched him go with an expression Ellis couldn't read. I'm sorry, she said. He's not usually this bad, isn't he? She looked at him. The candlelight caught her eyes, made them seem deeper, darker. No, she said quietly. I suppose he is. Denny arrived at 6:30, freshly shaved and wearing a tie despite the heat. He brought a bottle of wine, a Bordeaux, far too expensive for a casual dinner, and presented it to Claudine with a small bow that was only slightly ridiculous. Mrs. Barfield, thank you for having me. Claudine, please. We've known each other too long for formalities. She took the wine, examined the label. This is lovely. You shouldn't have. It's nothing. I've been saving it for a special occasion. And this is a special occasion? Denny flushed. I just meant... Dinner at Barfield House is always... I'm teasing you, Denny, she smiled, and Ellis watched Denny's flush deepen. Come in, sit down. Mr. Truett has questions for both of us, apparently. They sat. Maylene brought the first course, shrimp bisque, rich and creamy with a hint of sherry. The candles flickered in the breeze from the open doors. Outside, the sky was turning purple and gold, the sun sinking toward the water like a stone into honey. Ellis asked his questions. Safe questions at first. The history of the house, the founding of the company, The Barfield family's role in the development of the Gulf Coast? Denny answered most of them, his lawyer's training making him precise and thorough. Claudine added color. Anecdotes about Ansel's mother and her greenhouse, stories about parties that had been thrown in the grand ballroom, memories of a world that had already passed by the time she married into it. It must have been something, Ellis said, in its heyday. It was something, Claudine agreed. It was also exhausting. All that performance, all that pretending. She sipped her wine. Southern hospitality is a competitive sport, Mr. Truett. Everyone smiling, everyone charming, everyone trying to outdo each other with their graciousness. And underneath it all, Denny prompted. Knives, she smiled. Underneath it all, we're all carrying knives. Maylene cleared the soup bowls. The chicken arrived, roasted with herbs, surrounded by summer vegetables, glistening with butter. Denny carved, Claudine served, Ellis watched. He had positioned himself carefully, across from both of them, able to see their faces, their hands, the small unconscious movements that revealed what words concealed. And what he saw confirmed what he had suspected. Denny couldn't stop looking at her. He tried to hide it. He addressed most of his comments to Ellis, kept his eyes on his plate, busied himself with the mechanics of eating. But every few seconds his gaze would drift back to Claudine, to her hands as she lifted her wine glass, to her throat as she swallowed, to the candlelight playing across her collarbone. And Claudine knew. She must have known. She was performing for him. Subtle performances. Nothing obvious. Nothing that could be called flirtation. Just a slight lean toward him when he spoke. A laugh that lingered a beat too long. A touch on his arm when she passed the bread basket. So brief it might have been accidental. Might have been. Tell me about the early days, Ellis said, when you first started working for the family. Denny set down his fork. That was 8 years ago. I was fresh out of law school, hungry for clients. Ansel needed someone to handle some property disputes. Nothing fancy, just paperwork. And he'd heard I was cheap and didn't ask questions. And you didn't? Ask questions? No. I learned early that the Barfields reward discretion. He glanced at Claudine. Not that there was anything improper, just private matters, family matters. The kind of things that are nobody's business but their own. Like the will. Denny stiffened slightly. Like the will, yes. Denny helped Ansel draft the whole thing, Claudine said. All those trusts and provisions and contingencies. It took months, didn't it, Denny? Almost a year. Ansel is very particular. Particular? Claudine laughed. That's one word for it. Paranoid is another. He wanted to make sure that no matter what happened, no matter who died, who divorced, who ran off with the circus, the money would stay in the family. The Barfield family, Denny clarified. Blood relations. Which leaves me out in the cold. Claudine's voice was light, but Ellis heard the edge underneath. I could be married to Holt for 50 years and I'd still be an outsider, still be a guest in my own home. That's not... Denny stopped himself. The will is complicated. There are provisions that depend on Holt, on staying married to Holt, on being a good wife to Holt while he drinks himself to death. She picked up her wine glass, drained it, set it down hard enough to make the candles flicker. Forgive me, I don't mean to be morbid. It's just, sometimes this house feels like a trap, a beautiful, crumbling trap. Claudine, Denny's voice was soft. I'm sorry. I wish things were different. Do you? Their eyes met, held. Ellis saw something pass between them. Not words, not even understanding, just heat. The recognition of heat. He stood up. If you'll excuse me, I need to use the facilities. Please don't wait for me. I may be a few minutes. He walked out of the dining room before either of them could respond. He didn't go to the bathroom. He went to the veranda, to the darkness beyond the French doors where he could watch without being seen. Through the glass he saw them. Claudine had moved closer to Denny. Not much, just enough. She was saying something, her head tilted, her eyes on his face. Denny was listening with the desperate attention of a man who knows he's drowning and doesn't care. She touched his hand, just her fingertips, resting on his knuckles. A gesture that could mean nothing, that could mean everything. Denny didn't pull away. Ellis watched for a full minute, watched her lean closer, watched him turn his hand over so their palms touched, watched the moment stretch and hold like honey dripping from a spoon. Then he made noise coming back. Footsteps, a cough, the scrape of the door. By the time he reached the table, they were sitting apart again, their faces composed, their hands in their laps. But something had changed. The air between them was different now, charged, electric, like the stillness before a summer storm. "Did I miss anything?" Ellis asked. "Nothing important," Claudine said. "Denny was just telling me about a case he's working on, something about mineral rights." "Mineral rights? Fascinating, isn't it?" She smiled at Denny. "Denny makes even the dullest subjects interesting. He has a gift for it." Denny's flush had returned. "I should probably go. It's getting late." "Must you? We haven't had dessert yet." "I have an early meeting. I should..." He stood, nearly knocking over his chair. "Thank you for dinner, Claudine, Mr. Truett. It was a lovely evening." "I'll walk you out," Claudine said. "That's not necessary. I insist." They walked out together. Ellis stayed at the table, listening to their footsteps on the gravel, the low murmur of voices, the long pause before the car door opened and closed. Claudine came back alone. She stood in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the darkness behind her, and looked at Ellis with an expression he couldn't quite name. "Well," she said, "that was interesting." "Was it? Don't play innocent. You arranged this, the dinner, the questions, that convenient trip to the bathroom." She came back to the table, picked up her wine glass, found it empty. "You wanted us alone together. Why?" "I told you. I'm curious." "Curious about what? Whether Denny would make a move? Whether I would let him?" "Would you?" She laughed, a low, husky sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in her chest. "Mr. Truett, Ellis, I've let you into my home, into my confidence, into my..." She stopped. "I've let you see things that no one else sees. I think the least you can do is tell me the truth." "All right, the truth." Ellis pushed back his chair, stood, moved toward her. "The truth is that I see how trapped you are, how desperate. And I see how Denny looks at you, like a man dying of thirst, and you're the only water for miles. And I wondered what would happen if I put you in a room together and got out of the way. And now you know. Now I know." She was close to him now, close enough that he could see the pulse beating in her throat, the slight tremble in her lower lip. The candles had burned low and the room was full of shadows. "What else do you want to know, Ellis?" "Everything." "That's a dangerous word." "I know." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she reached up and touched his face, the same gesture she'd made in the greenhouse, fingertips tracing his jaw, light as breath. "Not yet," she said. "Soon, but not yet." She walked past him up the stairs, and he heard her door close softly in the darkness above. That night, Ellis sat at his desk and wrote until his hand cramped. "The triangle is complete. D is convinced the affair is his idea. C believes she is using me. Neither understands they are characters in a story I am writing in real time. The question is no longer whether something will happen. The question is when, and how, and who will strike the match. I could stop this. I could leave tomorrow, write my article from memory, never see any of them again. The story would die here, in this house, unwritten. But I won't. Because this is what I came for, even if I didn't know it. This is what has been missing from my work all along. Not just observation, but participation. Not just watching the fire, but feeding it." "Get your hands dirty," she said. "I'm getting them dirty now." He closed the notebook. Outside, the gulf was black and still, and the only sound was the ceiling fan turning slowly overhead and, somewhere in the house, the creak of footsteps that might have been Claudine's, or Holt's, or no one's at all. The seagull was on the porch railing again. Ellis watched it through the window. It sat motionless, a white shape in the moonlight, its black eye catching the glow from his desk lamp. "I know," he said quietly. "I know what I'm doing." The bird didn't move, didn't blink, just watched, patient and still, as the night deepened around them both. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Consummation. It began, as these things do, with watching. Ellis could not sleep. The heat, the anticipation, the sense of something building toward its crest. He walked the grounds at midnight, following the crushed shell paths through the overgrown beds, past roses gone wild and jasmine strangling everything it touched. The moon was full, or close to it, and the garden was bright with silver light, every leaf and petal etched in shadow. He heard them before he saw them, voices, low and urgent, then silence. Then a sound that was not words at all. He moved closer, keeping to the darkness beneath the live oaks. The gazebo was a white octagon at the edge of the property, its lattice walls covered in Confederate jasmine, the smell so thick it was almost narcotic. Through the gaps in the lattice he could see them. Denny had her pressed against the railing. Her dress was pushed up, his hands beneath it, his face buried in her neck. She had her head thrown back, her eyes closed, her mouth open in an expression that might have been pleasure or pain or something else entirely. Relief, maybe. The relief of finally doing the thing you've been telling yourself not to do. Ellis watched. He told himself it was research, documentation, the writer's sacred duty to observe. But his heart was pounding, and his hands were steady, and somewhere beneath the professional justification, he felt something darker, something that was not arousal, exactly, though it lived in the same neighborhood. Something more like power. He had done this. He had arranged the dinner, planted the seeds, watered them with careful lies. And here was the harvest, 2 people destroying themselves in the moonlight, and him standing in the shadows, the only one who saw the whole picture. Claudine cried out, a small, choked sound quickly stifled. Denny murmured something against her skin. The jasmine swayed in the breeze, releasing another wave of sweetness into the heavy air. Ellis turned and walked back to the guest cottage. He had seen enough. He had seen everything. He did not sleep. He sat at his desk and stared at the blank page and tried to name what he was feeling. Not guilt. He searched for guilt and could not find it. What he felt was closer to exhilaration, the rush of a gambler watching the wheel spin, knowing he has bet everything on a single number. The affair was real now. The conspiracy was taking shape. The story was writing itself, and all he had to do was feed it. But underneath the exhilaration, something else. A cold, still place that he did not want to examine. A voice that sounded like his father's, asking questions he did not want to answer. What kind of man are you becoming? What kind of man were you all along? He pushed the voice aside, poured himself a drink, watched the dawn come up over the gulf, pink and gold and pitiless. Ansel summoned him at 10 o'clock. Maylene delivered the message with her usual economy. "Mr. Barfield wants to see you. Now." And Ellis climbed the stairs to the master bedroom with the feeling that he was walking into an ambush. The old man was propped against pillows, a breakfast tray untouched beside him. He looked worse than he had a week ago. Thinner, grayer, the skull beginning to show through the skin. But his eyes were the same, sharp, seeing. "Sit down, Mr. Truett." Ellis sat. "You've been busy, stirring things up, making friends." "I'm not sure I know what you mean." "Don't." The word was a whip crack. "Don't insult me. I've been running this family for 50 years. I know when something's brewing. I can smell it." Ansel leaned forward, and Ellis saw the effort it cost him, the tremor in his arms, the catch in his breath. "I don't know what you're doing, not yet, but I know you're doing something, and I want you to know that I'm watching." "Mr. Barfield." "Ansel. If you're going to meddle in my family's affairs, you might as well use my name." "Ansel." Ellis kept his voice even. "I'm here to write an article, that's all. I'm observing, taking notes, trying to understand." "You're not observing, you're participating." The old man's eyes bored into him. "I've known men like you my whole life. Men who stand on the sidelines and tell themselves they're neutral, objective, above it all. But you're not above anything. You're in the mud with the rest of us. You just don't want to admit it. I don't know what you think you've seen. I've seen enough. Ansel fell back against the pillows, exhausted. I'm dying, Mr. Truett. I don't have time for games. So I'll say this once. Whatever you're planning, whatever you think you're setting in motion, it won't work. This family has survived worse than you. Wars, depressions, scandals that would have buried lesser people will survive you too. He closed his eyes. But if you hurt them, any of them, even Holt, even that fool Denny, I will find a way to make you pay, even from the grave. I understand. Do you? Yes. Ansel opened his eyes, studied him for a long moment. Get out. I need to rest. He turned his face toward the window. And Mr. Truett, be careful. The water down here is deeper than it looks. A man can drown before he knows he's swimming. Ellis found Claudine by the pool. She was reclining on a chaise beneath a faded umbrella, a book open on her lap, her skin slick with oil that caught the afternoon light. She looked up when his shadow fell across her. You've been to see Ansel? He summoned me. Let me guess. He warned you off. Told you he was watching. Threatened to destroy you from beyond the grave. Something like that. He does that with everyone. It's how he maintains control. She set down her book, Colette, Cherie, and studied him. Don't take it personally. He's dying, and he knows it, and he can't stand that the world will keep turning without him. Ellis sat on the chaise beside hers. The heat was immense, pressing down on them like a hand. I saw you last night, he said. Claudine went still. Her glass stopped halfway to her lips. In the gazebo, with Denny. He watched her face, the color rising, the calculation, the decision. I wasn't spying, I was walking, but I saw. She set down her glass, precisely, carefully. And what did you see? Enough. The pool filter hummed. A dragonfly skimmed the surface, then another. Somewhere a mockingbird ran through its stolen songs. Are you going to tell anyone? No. Use it in your article? No. Then why tell me? Ellis leaned forward. Because I want you to know that I know. Because I don't want secrets between us. And because... He paused, choosing his words. Because I'm not judging you. What you did. What you're doing. I understand it. The need? To act. To stop waiting. To do something, even if it's dangerous. He held her gaze. You told me that yourself, in the greenhouse. Claudine was quiet. Then she laughed, low, bitter. You're remarkable, Ellis. You sit there with your notebook and your questions, making people tell you their secrets. And then you use those secrets to, what? Manipulate them? Control them? Understand them. Is that what you call it? She stood and walked to the edge of the pool, looking down at the cracked tiles, the green water. You've been pushing me toward Denny since the day you arrived. The questions, the dinners, the convenient absences. You've been stage managing this whole thing. Yes. She turned. Why? Because I wanted to see what would happen. That's monstrous. Yes. The word hung between them. Ellis did not look away, did not apologize, did not explain. He let her see him for what he was. Claudine stared. Her expression shifted. Anger to confusion to something he could not name. Not forgiveness, not acceptance. Something more like recognition. You're like me, she said slowly, aren't you? You're trapped too. Not by a marriage or a house or a will, by something inside you. Maybe. And this, whatever you're doing, this is your way out. Maybe. She came back to where he sat. Close. Close enough that he could smell her perfume. Something French, something expensive. Something that did not belong in this crumbling house. What happens next? That depends on you. No, she shook her head. It depends on both of us. We're in this together now, whether I like it or not. Her eyes were clear and hard. So tell me, Ellis, what's the next move? He thought about Holt, drinking himself to death in slow motion. About Denny, desperate and blind. About Ansel, watching from his deathbed, seeing more than anyone credited. About the story writing itself, whether he guided it or not. The next move is to wait. Let things develop. Let you and Denny become something you can't walk back from. And then? Then we'll see. She held his gaze. Then she reached up and touched his face, just her fingertips, tracing the line of his jaw, light as breath. Not yet, she said. Soon, but not yet. She walked past him, up the lawn toward the house. Ellis watched her go, the sway of her hips, the set of her shoulders, and felt the thrill of a man who believes he is in control. He returned to the cottage as the sun was setting. The room was dim, the air thick and still. He crossed to his desk and stopped. His notebook was where he had left it, or nearly where. The spine faced the window now. He could have sworn he had left it facing the door. And the pen, had he left it on top of the notebook or beside it? He stood there for a long moment, calculating, Maylene dusting, the heat, warping wood, shifting things by fractions. The breeze through the window he did not remember leaving open. Nothing. It was nothing. He sat down, opened the notebook, and began to write. August 13th. Late. The affair has been consummated. Ansel has issued his warning. And Claudine knows what I am now, what I've been doing. She called me monstrous, and I agreed, and she didn't leave. That's the part I keep coming back to. She saw me clearly, saw the manipulation, the calculation, the cold machinery underneath, and she stayed. She asked what the next move was. She's not a victim. I have to remember that. She's a player, same as me, maybe better than me. We're in this together now, she said. The question is, together toward what? I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out. God help us both. He closed the notebook and lay down on the bed. Outside, the gulf moved against the shore, and the stars came out one by one, and somewhere on the water a light blinked. On, off, like a slow heartbeat, like a warning, like something waiting to happen. He closed his eyes. Sleep came easily, as it always did. And if some part of him wondered about the notebook, about the pen, about the window, well, it was nothing. It was nothing at all. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Idea. August 16th. The heat had settled into something permanent, something that felt less like weather and more like geology. A stratum of air so thick and wet that moving through it was like swimming through warm honey. The Spanish moss hung limp from the oaks. The gulf lay flat as poured lead. Even the insects seemed exhausted, their songs half-hearted, trailing off into silence. Ellis found Denny at the office, sweating through his seersucker despite the window unit laboring in the corner. The lawyer looked up when Ellis entered, and his face did something complicated. Guilt and fear and hope all fighting for dominance. Mr. Truett, I wasn't expecting. I was in town, thought I'd stop by. Ellis took the chair across from Denny's desk, the same chair he'd sat in 2 weeks ago when all of this was still theoretical. You look terrible, Denny. I haven't been sleeping. I imagine not. Denny's hands moved across his desk, straightening papers that didn't need straightening, aligning pens that were already aligned. The nervous gestures of a man whose conscience was eating him alive. Listen, Mr. Truett, Ellis, about the other night, you don't have to explain anything to me. I want to. I need to. Denny ran a hand through his hair, leaving it disheveled. What happened? What's been happening? It's not something I planned. I didn't set out to... He stopped, swallowed. I've known Claudine for 4 years. 4 years of watching her suffer in that house, married to a man who can't even look at her without reaching for a bottle. And I never, not until I put you in a room together and walked away. Denny stared at him. You knew what would happen. I suspected. And you did it anyway. Why? Ellis considered the question. Outside, a truck rumbled past, its bed loaded with watermelons. the driver calling out prices in a sing-song voice that drifted through the window like music from another century. "Because you were both miserable," he said finally. "Because you were both trapped, and because I wanted to see what would happen when the trap opened, even just a crack." Denny shook his head. "That's a hell of a thing, Ellis. Playing with people's lives like that." "I'm not playing, I'm watching. There's a difference." "Is there?" Ellis didn't answer. He leaned back in his chair, letting the silence stretch, letting Denny feel it the way he always did. "It doesn't matter anyway," Denny said. "What happened, happened, and I can't undo it. I don't even know if I want to." His voice dropped. "I love her, Ellis. God help me, I love her. I've loved her for years, and now that I've finally—" He broke off, his face twisting. "But she's married, to a client, to a man I've known since law school. And even if she weren't, even if Holt disappeared tomorrow, there's the will, the estate. She'd walk away with nothing. Unless Holt died after Ansel." Denny went very still. "What did you say?" "I'm just thinking out loud." Ellis kept his voice casual, almost idle. "You explained it to me yourself, that first night at Delchamp's. If Holt dies before Ansel, Claudine gets nothing. If Holt dies after Ansel, she gets half his share of the trust. That's a significant difference." Why are you—" "I'm not suggesting anything, Denny. I'm just observing, the way a writer observes." Ellis stood, moved to the window, looked out at the street below. The watermelon truck was gone. The heat shimmered above the pavement like something alive. "Ansel is dying. Everyone knows that. A few months, maybe less. And Holt," he turned back to face Denny, "Holt goes out on that boat every night, drunk as a lord, alone on the water. It's a miracle he hasn't drowned already." "Stop." "I'm just saying." "I said stop." Denny's voice was sharp, almost desperate. "I know what you're saying. I know what you're implying, and I won't. I can't." He pressed his hands flat against the desk as if trying to anchor himself. "I'm a lawyer, Ellis. I took an oath. I have responsibilities. I can't just—" "You can't just what? Wish that Holt would disappear? Dream about what your life might look like if he weren't in it?" Ellis shook his head. "You've already done that, Denny. You've been doing it for years. I'm not putting ideas in your head. I'm just naming the ones that are already there." Denny's face crumpled. He looked like a man watching his house burn down, helpless, horrified, unable to look away. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing. I don't want anything." Ellis moved toward the door. "I just thought you should know that I understand the position you're in, the impossible situation, and that if you ever want to talk about it, really talk, without judgment, I'm here." He left before Denny could respond, but he saw the man's face as he walked out, the fear, the guilt, and underneath it all, something else, something that looked almost like relief. The idea was planted. Now he just had to let it grow. He found Claudine in the greenhouse. She was sitting where he usually sat, at the potting bench, his notebook open in her lap. She looked up when he entered, and her expression was unreadable. "You left this out." "I know." "You meant for me to find it." "Yes." She looked down at the notebook, at the pages covered in his cramped handwriting. "This is about us, about Holt and Denny and me, but it's not journalism. It's not notes for an article." "No, it's a story, a fiction." She read aloud, her voice flat. "She stands at the window and thinks about drowning. Not suicide, nothing so dramatic. Just the idea of water closing over her head, of sinking into something cool and dark and quiet. She looked up. That's me. That's exactly me. How did you know?" "I told you. I see you." The greenhouse was stifling, the air thick with moisture and the smell of rotting vegetation. Somewhere a pipe was dripping, a slow, steady rhythm like a metronome counting down to something. Claudine turned the pages, read in silence. Ellis watched her face, watched the recognition, the fascination, the dawning understanding of what she was holding. "This isn't just about what's happening now," she said slowly. "This is about what might happen, what could happen." She looked at him. There's a scene here where the husband dies, a boating accident. He goes out at night, drunk, and he doesn't come back.
Yes?
And the wife inherits, and the lawyer... She stopped. Her eyes widened. Ellis, what is this? It's a story. It's a plan. It's both. He moved closer, sat down beside her on the bench. The notebook lay between them, its pages damp with humidity, the ink starting to blur. I've been writing it since the first week. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was fiction, but it's not fiction, is it? It's something else, something that wants to happen. You're insane. Maybe. You're talking about murder. I'm talking about possibility. He took the notebook from her hands, turned to a page near the end. Look, read this part. She read. Her lips moved slightly, forming the words in silence. When she finished, she looked up at him, and her face was pale despite the heat. The will, she whispered. You've worked out the whole thing. The timing, the method, the... She shook her head. This is insane. This is completely insane. Is it? Or is it just the logical conclusion of everything that's already in motion? Ellis leaned closer. You're having an affair with your husband's lawyer. Your father-in-law is dying. Your husband goes out on the water every night, alone, drunk, practically begging to fall overboard. All I've done is write down what could happen, what might happen, what... He paused. What part of you already wants to happen? I never said I wanted Holt dead. You didn't have to. I've watched you, Claudine. I've watched you watch him stumble up the stairs every night. I've seen the look on your face when he passes out before dinner. You don't hate him. That would be easy. You've just stopped caring whether he lives or dies. That's not true, isn't it? She was silent. The dripping pipe continued its rhythm. Outside, a mockingbird started up, running through its borrowed songs. What do you want me to say? Her voice was barely a whisper. That you're right, that I've thought about it, that some nights when he's out on that boat, I stand at the window and hope he doesn't come back. I want you to tell me the truth. The truth. She laughed, a broken sound, almost a sob. The truth is that I don't know what I want anymore. I thought I wanted out. I thought if I could just escape the house, the marriage, this whole rotting world, I could start over, be someone else. But now, she looked at him, now you're telling me there's a way, a real way, and I don't know if I'm horrified or relieved. Maybe both. Maybe both. She picked up the notebook, turned it over in her hands. What happens next in your story? The wife finds an ally. Someone who wants the same thing she wants. Someone who's willing to help. Denny. Yes? Does he know? Does he know what you're... He knows there's a problem. He knows there might be a solution. He doesn't know the details yet. Ellis took the notebook back, closed it, held it against his chest. That's where you come in. Me? You're the one he loves. You're the one he'll do anything for. If the idea comes from you, he shrugged, it becomes real. It becomes something he can't say no to. Claudine stood up, walked to the far end of the greenhouse where the glass was so fogged with grime that the world outside was just a blur of green and gold. She stood there for a long moment, her back to him, her shoulders rigid. Why? Her voice was quiet. Why are you doing this? You don't love me. You don't even like me, not really. And you have nothing to gain, so why? Ellis thought about the question. It deserved an honest answer. Because I've spent my whole life watching, he said, standing on the outside, looking in, writing about things I've never felt, people I've never touched, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being the man at the window. He stood, moved toward her. You asked me once what kind of writer I was, the kind who observes or the kind who participates. I didn't have an answer then. I do now. And what's the answer? Both. I want to be both. I want to watch the story unfold, and I want to be the one who makes it unfold. I want to create something real, something that matters, even if it's terrible, even if it destroys me. She turned to face him. Her eyes were bright with something. tears maybe, or fear, or something else entirely. You're a monster. Yes. And you want me to become one too. I want you to become what you already are, what you've been all along, underneath the good manners and the pretty face. He held out the notebook. Take it. Read it again. And when you're ready, when you've decided, come find me. She took the notebook, held it like something that might bite. And if I say no? If I take this to the sheriff and tell him what you've been planning? Then I'll deny everything. It's fiction, remember? Just a story I've been working on. A creative exercise. He smiled. Your word against mine, and I'm a respectable writer from New York, and you're a woman having an affair with her husband's lawyer. Who do you think they'll believe? She stared at him. For a long moment he thought she might hit him, might scream, might run. Instead, she laughed. It was a real laugh, full and dark and genuine. The laugh of a woman who has finally stopped pretending. You bastard, she said. You absolute bastard. Yes, this is insane. This whole thing is insane. Yes. She looked down at the notebook in her hands, then back up at him. I'll read it, she said. I'm not promising anything, but I'll read it. She walked out of the greenhouse into the blazing afternoon, the notebook clutched against her chest like a secret. Ellis watched her go, watched the white of her dress disappear into the green tangle of the garden, watched until there was nothing left to see. Then he sat down on the potting bench and let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. The trap was set. Now all he had to do was wait for it to spring. August 17th, 3 a.m. I have done something unforgivable. Not the affair, that was just manipulation. Not the notebook, that was just words. But giving her the story, showing her the shape of what could happen, inviting her to step inside it, that was something else. That was handing her a weapon and pointing her toward the target. She called me a monster. She was right. But she took the notebook. She didn't refuse. She didn't run to the sheriff. She laughed. And in that laugh, I heard everything I needed to hear. Recognition, acceptance, complicity. We're the same, she and I. That's what I've been circling around since the first day. We're both watchers who are tired of watching. Both prisoners who have found a key. The question is whether we're brave enough to use it, or foolish enough. Down here, in the dark, I'm not sure there's a difference. Tomorrow she'll come to me with an answer. Tomorrow, everything changes. Or nothing does. Either way, I'll be ready. He closed the notebook, turned off the lamp, lay in the darkness, and listened to the sounds of the night. The frogs, the insects, the slow lap of the Gulf against the shore. Somewhere out on the water a light blinked, the oil rig, keeping its lonely vigil. And somewhere closer, on the porch railing, or the dock, or the branch of a live oak, a seagull sat in the darkness, its black eye open, watching. Always watching. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Maylene Knows. The kitchen was Maylene's kingdom. It occupied the back of the house, a large room with high ceilings and windows that looked out on the herb garden, and beyond it, the servants' quarters where Maylene had lived for 30 years. The stove was a massive cast iron thing, older than Ellis, and the icebox hummed and rattled in the corner like an aging relative who refused to die. Copper pots hung from a rack above the center island, and the smell of the place was layered. Coffee and bacon grease and something sweet, always something sweet, baking or cooling or waiting to be served. Ellis found her there at 6 a.m, before the rest of the house had stirred. He hadn't been able to sleep, hadn't really slept in days, and he'd come looking for coffee in silence. What he found was Maylene at the stove, stirring a pot of grits with a wooden spoon worn smooth by decades of use. Mr. Truett, she didn't turn around. You up early? Couldn't sleep. Guilty conscience do that to a man. Ellis stopped in the doorway. I'm sorry? Coffee's on the sideboard, cups in the cabinet above. Help yourself. She kept stirring, her broad back to him, her movements unhurried. Biscuits be ready in 10 minutes. You want to wait? He poured himself a cup and sat at the small table by the window, the one where the servants took their meals. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten, pink and gold bleeding up from the horizon. The air was cool as it ever got here, and for a moment the weight of the past weeks seemed to lift. Then Maylene turned around. She was a large woman, solid and strong, her face the color of coffee with too little cream. Her eyes were dark and deep set, and when they fixed on Ellis, he felt pinned in place like a butterfly on a board. "I've been watching you," she said, "since you come here. I watch everybody come through this house. Been doing it 30 years. I know what folks are before they know it themselves. And what am I?" She set down the spoon, wiped her hands on her apron, moved to the table and sat down across from him, her weight settling into the chair like something that had finally decided to stay. "You the kind that watches the fire and don't call for water." The words hit him like a slap. He opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. "I seen your type before," Maylene continued. "Men who stand back and let things happen, who tell themselves they ain't responsible because they ain't the ones holding the match. But standing back is a choice, same as striking the flint. You understand what I'm telling you?" "I think so." "No, you don't." She leaned forward and her eyes were hard. "You think you smart. You think you got everybody figured out. Miss Claudine, Mr. Denny, even Mr. Holt with all his sadness. You think you pulling the strings and nobody can see. But I see. I've been seeing since the first night, when you looked at this family like a man looks at a meal he's fixing to eat." Ellis set down his coffee cup. His hands, he noticed, were trembling slightly. "Maylene!" "Don't." The word was sharp. "Don't try to charm me. Don't try to explain. Don't try none of your Yankee smooth talk. I ain't one of 'em. I ain't blind, and I ain't stupid, and I ain't got no stake in whatever game you playin'." She pointed a finger at him. "But I got a stake in this family. I've been with 'em longer than Miss Claudine, longer than Mr. Denny, longer than anybody except Mr. Ansel himself. I raised Mr. Holt from a baby. I held him when his mama died. I watched him grow up and break down, and I'm watching him drink himself into the grave. And there ain't nothing I can do about it. But I'll be damned if I let some New York writer come in here and hurry it along." "I'm not." "You are." Her voice was flat, certain. "I don't know what you planning. I don't know the details, but I know something's brewing. I can feel it in this house, same way I can feel a storm coming before the clouds show up. The air changes, the pressure drops, and you at the center of it. You and Miss Claudine and that fool Denny Hebert." Ellis was silent. There was nothing to say. She had seen through him as easily as if he were made of glass. "Let me tell you something," Maylene said. "A story. About another man who came to this house, long time ago. Man named Thibodeau. Ansel mentioned him, said he disappeared." "He didn't disappear. He was disappeared. There's a difference." She folded her hands on the table. "Thibodeau was a Cajun man. Had some oil leases down in Terrebonne Parish. Mr. Ansel wanted them leases. Thibodeau wouldn't sell. So Mr. Ansel sent a man like you, Mr. Truett, a man who watched and waited and figured out the angles. And one night, Thibodeau went out on his boat and didn't come back." "Are you saying Ansel had him killed?" "I'm saying that man, the one Mr. Ansel sent, he had the same look in his eye as you, like we all just characters to him, like none of it was real, just a story he was writing in his head." She leaned back. "You know what happened to that man, the one who did the watching?" "What?" "Nothing. That's what happened. He went back to wherever he came from, and he lived his life, and nobody ever called him to account, not in this world anyway." Her voice hardened. "But I believe in another world, Mr. Truett. I believe there's a ledger somewhere, and every mark gets recorded, and one day the bill comes due. You may not believe that. You may think you can do whatever you want and walk away clean, but I'm telling you now, as God is my witness, it don't work that way. It never works that way." The kitchen was silent. The grits bubbled softly on the stove. Outside, a rooster crowed somewhere in the distance, answered by another and another, a chain of calls spreading out across the dawn. "Why are you telling me this?" Ellis asked. Because you ain't gone yet. Because there's still time. Because I see something in you that maybe ain't all the way dead yet. Some little piece that knows right from wrong, even if you've been burying it so deep you forgot it was there. She stood up, moved back to the stove, picked up her spoon. You can still walk away, Mr. Truett. Get on a train, go back to New York, write your little article about dying families and faded glory. Nobody would blame you. Nobody would even notice. And if I don't? She didn't turn around, just kept stirring, her back a wall, her voice flat and final. Then you'll get what's coming to you. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday. The water down here's deep, Mr. Truett, and it's got a long memory. Ellis sat there for a long time after she finished speaking. The sun came up, flooding the kitchen with golden light. The biscuits came out of the oven, perfect and golden brown. Maylene moved around him like he wasn't there, setting the table for the family breakfast, slicing ham, cracking eggs. He should leave. He knew that. Every word she'd said was true, and he knew it, and the knowledge sat in his chest like a stone. But he didn't leave. He couldn't. Because the story was still unfolding, and he was part of it now, and walking away would mean admitting that everything he'd done, everything he'd become, was for nothing. That he was still the man at the window, watching life happen to other people, too afraid to step through. He had come too far to stop now. He had become too much. He spent the day walking the grounds, trying to clear his head. The heat was brutal, even by August standards. A white, heavy heat that pressed down on the land like a hand, squeezing out every breath of air. The Gulf lay flat and silver, the horizon invisible, everything blurred by the shimmer of moisture rising from the water. He walked past the greenhouse, past the gazebo, past the dock where Holt's boat rocked gently in its slip. He walked until his shirt was soaked through, and his legs ached, and his mind was empty of everything except the rhythm of his own footsteps. When he returned to the guest cottage, Claudine was waiting for him. She sat on the porch, in the rocking chair that faced the water, his notebook open in her lap. She didn't look up when he approached. "I've read it," she said, 3 times. And I have questions." He sat down in the other chair, the one that faced the house. Between them, the notebook lay like a body at a wake. "Ask." "The lawyer. In your story, he's the one who does it. He's the one who goes out on the boat." She looked at him. "Is that what you're proposing? That Denny?" "I'm not proposing anything. I told you, it's a story, a thought experiment." "Don't." Her voice was sharp. "Don't lie to me. Not now. Not after everything." Ellis was quiet for a moment. The afternoon light was slanting across the porch, turning everything gold and amber. Somewhere a mourning dove called, its voice low and sad. "Yes," he said, "that's what I'm proposing. Denny does it. You provide the motivation, the reason for him to act. And you?" "I watch. I document. I make sure the story holds together." "That's not enough." She closed the notebook, set it aside. "If we do this, if we actually do this, you're not just a witness. You're part of it. You're in it, same as us." "I know." "Do you? Because the way you've written it, you come out clean. The observer, the chronicler. Everyone else gets their hands dirty, but you just stand there with your notebook taking notes." She shook her head. "That's not how this works. If we do this, you're guilty too. As guilty as any of us." "I know," he said again. And he did. He had known it since the greenhouse, since the gazebo, since the first night when he'd stood on the platform and felt the seagull's eye upon him. He had just been pretending otherwise. "Then we understand each other." "We do." She stood up, walked to the railing, looked out at the Gulf, at the water that would soon, if they went through with it, swallow her husband whole. "There's one more thing," she said. "Something that's not in your story." "What?" "The will. You've worked out all the angles, the timing, the method, the aftermath. But you've missed something." She turned to face him. "Ansel is dying. We all know that. But he's not dead yet. And as long as he's alive, he can change the will. He can cut Holt out entirely. He can leave everything to the Texas Cousins, or the Baptist Church, or a home for wayward cats. He can do anything he wants. You think he suspects something? I think Ansel suspects everything. That's how he survived this long. She came back to her chair, sat down. If we're going to do this, and I haven't decided yet, I'm just saying if, we need to do it soon, before Ansel has a chance to change anything, before he figures out what we're planning. How soon? The doctor says he has weeks, maybe a month or two, but he could go any time. She looked at him. We have a window, Ellis, a small one. If we miss it, everything falls apart. And if we don't miss it, then I'm free. Denny's free. And you? She smiled, and it was not a pleasant smile. You get your story, the one you've been writing in your head since the day you arrived, the one that's going to make you famous. You think that's what this is about? Fame? I think it's about a lot of things, but yes, partly. You want to write something real, something that matters, something that people will remember. She leaned closer. Well, here's your chance. A real murder with real consequences, and you at the center of it. Not just watching anymore, participating. The word hung between them. Participating. It was what he had wanted, what he had craved, what he had been working toward since the first day. And now that it was here, now that it was real, he felt something he hadn't expected. Fear. Not of getting caught. Not of punishment. Fear of himself. Of what he was capable of the man he was becoming. I need to think, he said. Don't think too long. She stood up, picked up the notebook, handed it to him. The window won't stay open forever. She walked off the porch, across the lawn, into the golden afternoon light. Ellis watched her go, and in the distance, rising from the water like a question, a seagull lifted into the air and hung there, motionless, watching. Always watching. August 18th. Late. Maylene knows. She didn't say it directly, but she knows. She called me the kind that watches the fire and don't call for water. She told me about another man years ago who had the same look in his eye. She warned me that the bill comes due. I should leave. I know I should leave. Every moral instinct I have, whatever's left of them, is screaming at me to get on a train and never look back. But I won't. I can't, because Claudine is right. This is my chance, my only chance, to write something real, to be something more than I've been, to step through the window I've been pressing my nose against my whole life. Maylene believes in a ledger, in a reckoning, in a world where every mark gets recorded and every bill gets paid. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'll pay for this someday, but not today. Today, I have a story to finish. God forgive me. Today, I have a story to finish. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, The Storm. The hurricane came in from the south like a judgment. They knew it was coming 3 days before it arrived. The weather service out of New Orleans tracking it across the Gulf. The barometer dropping. The old-timers in town watching the sky and shaking their heads. By August 19th, the air had taken on a strange electric quality. Thick and still and humming with something that felt like anticipation. Ellis stood on the veranda and watched the clouds building on the horizon. Great purple-black towers that rose from the water like cathedrals, their tops sheared flat by winds that hadn't reached the shore yet. The Gulf had changed color, gone from its usual gray-green to something darker, more ominous. The water moved in long, slow swells that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Camille, Maylene said behind him. She'd come out to take in the porch furniture, her arms full of cushions. That's what they callin' it, Camille. Is it bad? Won't know till it gets here, but it feels bad. She looked at the sky, her face unreadable. My grandmama used to say you could tell a killin' storm by the way the air tasted, like metal. Like blood. Ellis ran his tongue across his lips. She was right. There was something metallic in the air, something that coated the back of his throat and made his teeth ache. Should we evacuate? Mr. Ansel won't leave. Says he's ridden out worse. Says he'll die in this house before he runs from a little wind. She shook her head. Stubborn old fool, but what he says goes, always has. She went back inside. Ellis stayed on the veranda watching the clouds build, feeling the pressure drop, waiting for something he couldn't name. The preparations began that afternoon. Denny arrived at 2 o'clock with plywood and nails and a pickup truck full of sandbags. He and Ellis spent hours boarding up windows, securing shutters, moving anything loose into the carriage house. The work was brutal in the heat, the humidity so thick it was like breathing water, but Ellis was grateful for it. It gave him something to do with his hands, something to focus on besides the plan that was taking shape in his mind. "Hell of a time for a hurricane," Denny said, hammering a board across the library window. His shirt was soaked through, his face red with exertion. "Right when everything's—" He stopped, glanced at Ellis. "You know." "I know. Have you talked to her since you two decided to go through with it?" Denny flinched. "That's not... We haven't decided anything. We're just talking." "I know." Ellis held the next board in place while Denny nailed it. "That's all any of us are doing. Talking." They worked in silence after that. The sky grew darker, the clouds closer. By late afternoon, the first bands of rain began to sweep across the property. Not the storm itself, just the outer edges, the warning shots. The wind picked up, gusting hard enough to bend the live oaks and send Spanish moss streaming like gray flags. "That's the last of 'em," Denny said, stepping back from the final window. "House is buttoned up tight." "What about the boat?" Denny went still. "What about it?" "Holt's boat. It's still in the slip. Shouldn't we haul it out? Secure it somehow?" Denny wiped his face with his sleeve. "I don't know. I don't know anything about boats." "Neither do I." Ellis looked toward the dock, where the whaler was rocking in the growing swells, its lines straining against the cleats. "But it seems like something we should think about for the future." Their eyes met, held. "Yeah," Denny said quietly. "For the future." Dinner was a strange affair. They ate in a small dining room, the windows boarded up, the house dark except for candles and oil lamps. The electricity had gone out at 6, and Maylene had produced an ancient kerosene stove from somewhere in the servants' quarters, cooking a meal that seemed designed for a siege. Red beans and rice, cornbread, a ham that had been smoked that spring. Hansel was too weak to come down. He stayed in his room, attended by the nurse from Mobile, listening to the storm build through the boards on his windows. Holt sat at the head of the table in his father's absence, drinking steadily, his eyes fixed on something no one else could see. Claudine sat across from Ellis, her face pale in the candlelight, her hands steady as she passed the bread. She didn't look at Denny, didn't look at anyone. She ate her meal in small, precise bites and said nothing at all. The wind was howling now, a constant moan, punctuated by sharper gusts that rattled the shutters and made the candles flicker. Rain hammered against the boards in waves, each one louder than the last. The house creaked and groaned around them like a living thing. "Hell of a blow," Holt said. He had switched from whiskey to something darker, rum maybe, or brandy. His words were starting to slur. "Remember the one in 47, Denny? We were just kids. Daddy made us hide in the cellar while he walked around outside, daring God to strike him down." "I remember," Denny said. "I thought he was the bravest man I'd ever seen." "Brave," Holt laughed, a harsh sound. "That's one word for it. Crazy's another. Suicidal's a third." He poured himself another drink. "Runs in the family, I guess." "Holt!" Claudine's voice was sharp. "What? What'd I say?" He looked at her and something in his expression shifted, a hardening, a focusing. "I know what you think of me, Claudine. I know what you all think of me. Poor Holt. Drunk Holt. Holt who can't even look at his own wife without wanting to disappear." He raised his glass. "Well, here's to disappearing. May we all get what we want." He drained the glass and poured another. The wind screamed. Somewhere in the house, something fell with a crash. "I'm going to check on the cellar," Denny said, pushing back his chair. "Make sure the water's not coming in." "I'll help," Claudine said. "That's not necessary." "I said I'll help." She stood and followed him out of the room. Ellis watched them go. feeling the charge in the air that had nothing to do with the storm. Holt watched them too. "You see it," he said quietly, "don't you?" Ellis turned. "See what?" "The way she looks at him. The way he can't look at her without his hands shaking." Holt smiled, a terrible smile. "I'm drunk, Mr. Truett. I'm not stupid." "Holt, I don't think—" "I know she's fucking someone. I just wasn't sure who." He poured the last of the bottle into his glass. "Now I know. And you know what? I don't even care. Isn't that something? My wife is screwing my lawyer in my own house, and all I feel is relieved. Relieved that someone's making her happy. Relieved that I don't have to pretend anymore." The wind gusted hard, shaking the whole house. A shutter tore loose somewhere and banged against the wall, a rhythmic pounding like a heartbeat. "You should go to bed, Holt. Sleep it off." "Sleep." Holt laughed. "That's all anyone wants me to do. Sleep it off, drink it off, make it go away." He stood, swaying slightly, and braced himself against the table. "But it doesn't go away, does it? The things we've done, the people we've hurt. They're always there, waiting, in the dark." He walked out of the room, his footsteps unsteady on the stairs. Ellis heard him stumbling up to the second floor, heard a door slam, heard nothing but the wind. He found them in the storm cellar. He hadn't meant to. Had only been walking the house, checking for leaks, making sure the storm hadn't breached their defenses. But when he opened the cellar door, the one that led down from the back of the kitchen, he heard voices. Soft voices. Urgent voices. He crept down the stairs, keeping to the shadows, letting the storm cover his footsteps. The cellar was damp and cool, lit by a single oil lamp that cast dancing shadows on the walls. Shells of preserved vegetables lined the walls, mason jars of tomatoes and okra and pickled peaches, the harvest of summers past. Claudine and Denny were in the far corner, pressed together in the narrow space between the shelves. His hands were in her hair. Her back was against the wall. They were kissing. Not the frantic kisses of the gazebo, but something deeper, more desperate, like two people trying to crawl inside each other. They didn't see him. He stood in the shadows and watched, feeling that same cold thrill he had felt before. The power, the knowledge, the sense of being the only one who saw the whole picture. "We have to do it soon," Claudine said, pulling back just far enough to speak. "The storm, it's perfect. If something were to happen—" "Don't." Denny's voice was ragged. "Don't talk about it. Not here." "We have to talk about it. Ellis said—" "I know what Ellis said." Denny stepped back, ran his hands through his hair. "But this is real, Claudine. This isn't some story in a notebook. If we do this, if we actually do this, then we're free. Both of us. We can be together. Or we can hang. You understand that, don't you? They still hang people in Mississippi. For murder." "It won't be murder. It'll be an accident. A drunk man in a storm, taking his boat out when he shouldn't. Everyone knows Holt is reckless. Everyone knows he's been courting death for years." She took his face in her hands. "All we have to do is let it happen. Just let it happen." "That's what Ellis says. Let it happen. Like we're not the ones making it happen." "Aren't we? Isn't that the point?" She kissed him again, softer this time. "I love you, Denny. I've loved you for years, and I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of watching my life slip away while Holt drinks himself to death by inches. I want to live. I want to be with you, and this is the only way." Denny was silent for a long moment. The wind howled above them, the house groaning like a ship in heavy seas. The oil lamp flickered, nearly went out, steadied again. "All right," he said finally. "All right. After the storm, when everything's settled, we'll make a plan. A real one." "You mean it?" "I mean it." She kissed him again, harder this time, and Ellis turned and crept back up the stairs, leaving them to their desperate promises, their doomed love, their plans that they didn't know were already written. The storm peaked around midnight. Ellis sat in the guest cottage, or what was left of it. The boards on the windows had held, but water was coming in around the edges, pooling on the floor, soaking the rug. The whole structure swayed and shuddered with each gust, and at some point around 11, he heard a tremendous crack and knew that one of the old live oaks had come down. He didn't sleep. He sat at his desk in the dark and listened to the storm tear the world apart. Around 2 in the morning, during a brief lull, he heard something else, a voice, coming from the main house. He went to the window, pressed his face against the gap in the boards. Through the rain, he could just make out a figure on the veranda. Holt, still dressed, a bottle in his hand, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. He was talking. To himself, maybe, or to someone who wasn't there. Ellis crept out of the cottage, staying low, using the darkness and the rain for cover. He made his way to the veranda, crouched beneath the railing, and listened. "Should have been me," Holt was saying. "Should have been me, Warren. You know that, don't you? You always knew." He stopped pacing, stood at the railing, looking out at the storm, his body silhouetted against the lightning that flickered in the clouds. "I killed you. I didn't pull the trigger, but I killed you. And I've been trying to figure out how to pay for it ever since." He raised the bottle, took a long drink. "Maybe this is it. Maybe the storm is your answer, your way of collecting what I owe." The wind gusted hard, nearly tearing the bottle from his hand. Holt laughed, a wild, desperate sound that was almost a sob. "Come on, then. Come and get me. I'm right here. I've been waiting for 3 years. I'm not going to run any more." He stood there, arms spread wide, face turned up to the sky. The rain pounded down on him, the wind tore at his clothes, and for a moment Ellis thought he might actually do it, might walk out into the storm and let it take him. But he didn't. After a long moment, he lowered his arms, picked up the bottle, and went back inside. The door closed behind him with a sound that was lost in the wind. Ellis stayed where he was, crouched in the darkness, rain streaming down his face. Holt wanted to die. He had known it, intellectually, since the fishing trip, but hearing it spoken aloud, hearing the raw desperation in the man's voice, made it real in a way it hadn't been before. They wouldn't have to murder him. Not really. They would just have to give him the opportunity he was already seeking. A push in the direction he was already leaning. That was different, wasn't it? That wasn't the same as killing a man who wanted to live. Ellis told himself that. He almost believed it. The storm passed by dawn. Ellis emerged from the guest cottage to a world transformed. The air was clean and cool for the first time in weeks, washed by the rain, scrubbed of the humidity that had been suffocating them all summer. The sky was that impossible blue that comes after violence, bright and clear and somehow too close. But the damage was everywhere. 3 of the old live oaks were down, their roots torn from the earth, their branches crushing the gazebo, the fence, the corner of the carriage house. The lawn was a lake of standing water. The dock was half gone, the pilings snapped like matchsticks. Holt's boat was still there. It was battered, half swamped, listing badly to starboard. But it was there, rocking gently in the calmer water, waiting. Ellis stood on the ruined dock and looked at it. Soon, he thought. Very soon. A seagull landed on the bow. It shook the water from its feathers, turned its head, and fixed Ellis with its black, unblinking eye. He stared back. "I know," he said softly. "I know what I'm doing." The bird didn't respond. It just sat there, patient and still, watching him with something that might have been judgment or might have been nothing at all. And in the distance, the sun rose over the gulf, golden and indifferent, beginning the slow work of drying out the world. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. The Plan. The days after the storm had a strange, suspended quality. The cleanup began immediately. Chainsaws and axes. Trucks hauling debris. Men from town hired to clear the fallen oaks and repair what could be repaired. The carriage house would need a new roof. The gazebo was a total loss. The dock would have to be rebuilt from the pilings up. But inside Barfield House, nothing moved. Nothing changed. The family drifted through the rooms like ghosts, each one orbiting their private grief, their private guilt, their private plans. Ansel grew weaker. The storm had taken something out of him. The noise, the pressure, the sense of the world coming apart. He no longer left his bed. The nurse from Mobile had been joined by a second nurse, and they worked in shifts, round the clock, monitoring his breathing, his heartbeat, the slow failing of his organs. "Days," Maylene said when Ellis asked. "Maybe a week, but not much more." The window was closing. On August 21st, Ellis made his move. He found Denny at the remains of the dock, staring out at the water. The lawyer looked haggard, unshaven, dark circles under his eyes, his clothes wrinkled as if he'd slept in them, which, Ellis suspected, he had. "We need to talk," Ellis said. "I don't think we do. Claudine told me about the cellar, about what you decided." Denny's jaw tightened. "She shouldn't have." "She tells me everything, Denny. That's how this works. The three of us, in this together. No secrets." "This." Denny laughed, a hollow sound. "This. You make it sound like a business arrangement, like we're negotiating a contract. Aren't we?" Ellis moved to stand beside him, both of them looking out at the Gulf. The water was calm now, deceptively peaceful, as if the storm had never happened. "We all want something. You want Claudine. Claudine wants freedom. I want—" "What do you want, Ellis? That's what I keep trying to figure out. You've got no stake in this, no skin in the game. So why? Why are you doing this?" Ellis considered the question. He had asked it of himself 100 times, and the answer kept shifting, kept refusing to stay fixed. "Because I've never been part of anything real," he said finally. "Because I've spent my whole life watching other people live, and writing about it, and pretending that was enough. And it wasn't. It was never enough." He turned to face Denny. "You want to know the truth? The pathetic, shameful truth? I'm doing this because it makes me feel alive. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm actually here, actually present, not just watching the world through a window." "That's—" Denny shook his head. "That's insane." "Probably, but it's honest." Ellis put his hand on Denny's shoulder. "Come to the greenhouse tonight, after dinner. Claudine will be there. We'll talk through the details, all of us, together, and then we'll decide, really decide. Are we doing this, or aren't we? And if I say no, then you say no, and we forget this conversation ever happened. And you go back to your office and your briefs and your quiet little life, watching Claudine from a distance, wanting what you can't have." Ellis squeezed his shoulder. "But you won't say no. We both know that." He walked away before Denny could respond, but he felt the man's eyes on his back, and he knew, the way you know things in your bones, that Denny would be there. They would all be there. The game was almost ready to begin. The greenhouse at dusk. The sun was setting over the Gulf, painting the sky in shades of coral and amber, and the light filtering through the fog glass turned everything the color of old gold. The air was thick with the smell of rotting vegetation and something sweeter underneath. Jasmine, maybe, or the memory of jasmine. Claudine arrived first, wearing a white dress that seemed to glow in the dim light. She didn't speak, just sat on the potting bench and waited, her hands folded in her lap, her face calm and still. Denny came 5 minutes later. He hesitated at the door, looking from Claudine to Ellis and back again, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. "Sit down," Ellis said. "Please." Denny sat on an overturned crate, as far from both of them as the small space would allow. The three of them formed a triangle, and Ellis felt the geometry of it, the tension, the balance, the invisible lines connecting them. "Let's talk about hypotheticals," Ellis said. "Hypotheticals." Denny's voice was bitter. "Is that what we're calling it?" "For now. Just bear with me." Ellis leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Hypothetically speaking, if Holt were to die, an accident, nothing more, what would happen, legally?" Denny was silent for a moment. Then, reluctantly, the lawyer in him took over. "It depends on timing," he said. "If Holt dies before Ansel, Claudine inherits nothing from the estate. She'd be entitled to whatever assets were in Holt's name alone. Personal accounts, the car, maybe some jewelry. But the bulk of the Barfield fortune is in the trust, and the trust passes to blood relatives only. And if Holt dies after Ansel, then it's different. Once Ansel dies, the trust activates. Holt becomes a beneficiary, a significant one. And as his surviving spouse, Claudine would be entitled to half of whatever Holt's share is worth. Denny glanced at Claudine. That's a lot of money. Millions. So the timing matters. The timing is everything. Ellis nodded slowly. And Ansel, how long does he have? Days, Claudine said. Her voice was flat, matter of fact. A week at most. Maylene talked to the nurses. So if something were to happen to Holt, hypothetically, it would need to happen soon. But not too soon. After Ansel dies, but before the estate is settled. That's a narrow window, Denny said. A few weeks, maybe, depending on how quickly we can... He stopped, caught himself. How quickly the estate moves through probate. We, Ellis repeated softly. You said we. Denny's face went red. I didn't mean... Yes, you did. Claudine's voice was gentle. She stood and crossed to where Denny sat, kneeling in front of him, taking his hands in hers. You meant it, and it's all right. We're past pretending, Denny. All of us. Claudine, I love you. I've loved you for years, and I know you love me. And I know, her voice caught. I know you've been telling yourself this is wrong, that we can't, that there has to be another way. But there isn't. There isn't another way. Not one that ends with us together. Denny looked at her. His eyes were wet. His hands trembled in hers. I can't, he whispered. I can't do this. It's murder. It's not. Ellis's voice was quiet, but it cut through the room like a blade. Think about it, Denny. Really think. Holt goes out on that boat every night, drunk, alone, in the dark. He's been doing it for years. Everyone knows he's reckless. Everyone knows he's been courting death since Warren. You heard him during the storm, Claudine added. I heard you come in that night, Ellis. I know you were listening. He was begging for it, begging the storm to take him. That doesn't mean we have the right to. We're not doing anything. Ellis spread his hands. That's what I keep trying to explain. We're not going to hurt him. We're not going to touch him. We're just going to let nature take its course. Create the opportunity, and then step back. Create the opportunity, Denny repeated. What does that mean, specifically? Ellis looked at Claudine. She nodded. Holt's boat, Ellis said. It was damaged in the storm, but it still runs. In a few days, when things have calmed down, when the water's smooth again, he'll want to take it out. He always does. It's his ritual, his escape. So we make sure he goes out. We make sure he's drunk, drunker than usual. And we make sure that when he gets out there, past the barrier islands, out of sight of shore, Ellis paused. We make sure he doesn't come back. How? I don't know yet. That's what we need to figure out, together. The greenhouse was silent. The last light of the sun was fading, leaving them in shadow. Somewhere outside, a nightbird began to sing, 3 notes, rising, like a question. This is insane, Denny said, but his voice had changed. The resistance was draining out of it. This is completely insane. Yes, Claudine said, it is, but it's also the only way. And if something goes wrong, if someone suspects, who would suspect? Ellis asked. The sheriff? He's known Holt for years. He knows about the drinking, the depression, the guilt over Warren. Everyone in town knows. When Holt's body washes up, if it washes up, they'll shake their heads and say it was only a matter of time. And us? What about us? We're nowhere near the water that night. I'm in the guest cottage working on my article. Claudine is in the house tending to Ansel. And you, Ellis looked at Denny, you're wherever you want to be. Your office, the hotel bar, anywhere with witnesses. Then who... Denny stopped. His face went pale. You want me to do it. You want me to go out there to... I want you to think about it. That's all. Just think. Think about killing a man. Think about saving a woman. The woman you love. The woman who's been trapped in a dying marriage, in a dying house, watching her life slip away. Ellis stood, moved to the window, looked out at the last sliver of sun sinking into the gulf. Think about what you're willing to do for her, Denny. what you're willing to become. The silence stretched. The sun vanished. The greenhouse went dark. I need time, Denny said finally. I can't decide something like this in one night. Of course, Ellis turned back to face him. Take all the time you need. Just remember, the window is closing. Every day Ansel hangs on, every day Holt doesn't go out on that boat, is a day we're running out of. I understand. Do you? Denny looked at Claudine. She was still kneeling in front of him, her hand still holding his. In the darkness, her white dress was the only light. A pale shape, almost ghostly, like something from a dream. I love you, she said. Whatever you decide, I love you. He pulled her to him and held her, his face buried in her hair, his shoulders shaking with something that might have been sobs. Ellis watched them, and in the watching he felt that familiar cold thrill, the power, the knowledge, the sense of standing outside the frame while everyone else was trapped inside it. They would do it. He knew it now with absolute certainty. Denny would say he needed time, would agonize and doubt and torture himself. But in the end, he would do it, because he loved her, because he couldn't stand to lose her, because Ellis had shown him the door, and he wasn't strong enough to walk away. None of them were. They came to him the next day. It was just before noon. Ellis was in the guest cottage, pretending to work on his article, when he heard footsteps on the porch. He opened the door to find them standing there together, Claudine in her white dress, Denny in his rumpled suit, their hands clasped, their faces set with the grim determination of people who have made a decision they can't unmake. We're in, Denny said. Both of you? Both of us. Ellis stepped back, let them enter. They sat on the small sofa, still holding hands, and he took the chair across from them. The tableau felt formal, almost ceremonial, like a wedding or a funeral. Tell me what you're thinking, Ellis said. Denny spoke. His voice was steady now. The doubt burned away. Holt takes the boat out most nights, usually around sunset, back by midnight, sometimes later. He anchors in the same spot, past the barrier islands, where the pompano run. He fishes, he drinks, he talks to himself. Sometimes he sleeps out there, drifting. Go on. After he goes out, I take the skiff, the small one with the oars. I row out to where he's anchored, wait until he's drunk enough, and then... He stopped, swallowed. I make it look like an accident. He fell overboard, hit his head on the gunwale, drowned before he could get back to the boat. And the body? The currents this time of year run south. If he goes in past the barrier islands, he'll wash up somewhere down the coast. Ship Island, maybe, Petit Bois. It could take days. Days we'll use to establish alibis, to grieve publicly, to play our parts. Yes, Ellis nodded slowly. And you, Claudine, what's your role? I stay in the house with Ansel. Her voice was calm, almost serene. I'm the devoted daughter-in-law keeping vigil at the dying patriarch's bedside. When Holt doesn't come home, I'm worried but not alarmed. He stayed out all night before. I don't call the sheriff until morning. By then, it's too late. And me? You're working on your article. You don't know anything. You didn't see anything. You're just a writer who happened to be here when tragedy struck. A witness. An observer, nothing more. Nothing more. They sat in silence for a moment. Outside, the cicadas had started up, their electric whine filling the air. The heat was building again, the brief respite of the storm already fading into memory. When? Ellis asked. Denny and Claudine looked at each other. Some communication passed between them, wordless and complete. Soon, Denny said, as soon as the water calms, as soon as Holt is ready. And if he's not ready? If he decides not to go out? He'll go out. Claudine's voice was certain. He always does. It's the only thing that makes him feel alive anymore. Ellis thought about that. The irony of it. A man who felt alive only on the water, and the water would be his grave. All right, he said. We wait. We watch. And when the moment comes, we take it. We take it. The three of them sat there, bound together by their conspiracy, their crime, their shared damnation. Outside, the sun beat down on the ruined lawn and the Gulf glittered in the distance, and somewhere on the water, a boat rocked gently in its slip, waiting. And on the porch railing, a seagull landed without a sound. It turned its head, fixed its black eye on the window, and watched, always watching. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Holt's Last Week. The days that followed had a golden, terrible quality. The light slanting through the oaks like honey, the Gulf flat and calm, the air washed clean by the storm and not yet thickened again with the killing heat. It was the kind of week that felt borrowed, stolen from some gentler season, and Ellis moved through it with the strange awareness of a man watching a clock count down. Holt found him on Monday morning. Ellis was sitting on the veranda of the guest cottage, pretending to work on his article, when he heard footsteps on the crushed shell path. He looked up to see Holt coming toward him, 2 fishing rods balanced on his shoulder, a tackle box in one hand and a paper sack in the other. "Maylene made biscuits," Holt said. "Country ham. Thought you might want to come out on the water, see if anything's biting after the storm." Ellis looked at him. Really looked. Holt was thinner than he'd been a month ago, his face gaunt, his eyes shadowed with sleeplessness. But there was something else there, too, something Ellis hadn't seen before. A kind of peace, maybe, or resignation. The calm of a man who has stopped fighting. "I'd like that," Ellis said. "Well, come on then. Fish don't wait for Yankees." They took the whaler out past the barrier islands, into the open Gulf, where the water turned from gray-green to deep blue. The storm had churned up the bottom, and the sea was full of debris. Branches and boards, a child's red ball, the bloated carcass of something that might have been a dog. Holt navigated around it all with the easy competence of a man who had been on the water since before he could walk. "Daddy taught me to boat before he taught me to read," Holt said, cutting the engine in a spot that looked like every other spot. Open water, no landmarks, nothing to distinguish it from the miles of Gulf surrounding them. Said a man who couldn't handle himself on the water wasn't a man at all. Said the sea was the great equalizer. Didn't matter how much money you had or who your people were. Out here, you were just another soul trying not to drown. Do you believe that? Holt was quiet for a moment, rigging the lines with practiced hands. The boat rocked gently in the swells, and the sun was warm on Ellis's face. Not yet punishing, still gentle with the memory of rain. "I believe there's things that matter and things that don't," Holt said finally. "And most of what I was raised to care about falls in the second category." He handed Ellis a rod. "Money, status, the Barfield name. None of it means a damn thing out here. Out here, you're just a man with a hook in the water, hoping something bites." They fished in silence for a while. The Gulf stretched out around them, vast and indifferent. The horizon a thin line where blue met blue. A pelican dove nearby and came up with something silver in its bill. Mullet jumped in the distance, their bodies flashing as they broke the surface. "You ever think about what you'd do different?" Ellis asked. "If you could go back?" Holt laughed, a short, humorless sound. "That's all I think about. Every goddamn day, that's all I think about." "And what would you change?" The question hung in the air. Holt reeled in his line slowly, checked the bait, cast again. His movements were methodical, almost meditative, like a man performing a ritual he'd performed 1,000 times before. "I wouldn't have signed those papers," he said. "The ones that sold out Warren. I'd have told Daddy to go to hell, taking my chances on my own. Even if it meant losing everything, the money, the house, the Barfield name. At least I'd still have..." He stopped, swallowed. "At least I'd still have myself." "You don't think it's too late for that?" Holt looked at him, and his eyes were clearer than Ellis had ever seen them. Not the bleary gaze of a drunk, but the sharp, sad focus of a man who has seen himself truly and not looked away. "Some things you can't come back from," he said. "Some debts can't be paid. I used to think, I used to hope, that if I punished myself enough, if I suffered enough, it would somehow balance out. But it doesn't. Suffering's not currency. You can't trade it in for redemption." He smiled, a terrible smile. "Took me 3 years to figure that out. 3 years of drinking myself stupid, waiting for something to change. But nothing changes. Nothing ever changes. You just learn to live with what you are. And what are you? A man who killed his best friend for money. A man who betrayed everyone who ever trusted him. A man who... His voice cracked. He turned away, looking out at the water. A man who doesn't deserve a goddamn thing. Not forgiveness, not happiness, not even the woman who married him, God help her. Ellis felt something shift in his chest. An ache. A crack in the cold, careful architecture he had built around himself. Holt. Don't. The word was soft but final. Don't tell me it wasn't my fault. Don't tell me I'm being too hard on myself. I've heard it all, from Claudine, from Denny, from every well-meaning person who doesn't understand what I did. But I know. I know what I am. And the knowing is the punishment, Ellis. The knowing is the thing I can't escape. They caught nothing that morning. The fish weren't biting, or maybe they were somewhere else, deeper, farther out. It didn't seem to matter. Holt opened the paper sack and they ate Maylene's biscuits, fluffy and golden, the ham salty and rich, and washed them down with coffee from a thermos that had gone lukewarm in the sun. You know what I miss? Holt said. Books. I used to read all the time when I was a boy. Stevenson, Dumas, all those adventure stories where the hero knows he's the hero and the villain knows he's the villain, and everything works out in the end because that's how stories work. He shook his head. I was maybe 14 when I realized life wasn't like that you could be the villain in someone else's story without even knowing it, that you could do terrible things for what seemed like good reasons, and the reasons wouldn't matter, only the things. When was that, when you realized? The day my daddy crushed his first competitor, a man named Thibodeau. You heard about him? Ansel mentioned him, said he disappeared. Disappeared, Holt laughed. That's one way to put it. Daddy had him killed, is what happened. Had a man, a fixer, I guess you'd call him, arrange things so Thibodeau went out on his boat one night and didn't come back. He looked at Ellis. I was 14 years old and I knew. Didn't have proof, didn't have details, but I knew. And I didn't do a damn thing about it. Just kept my mouth shut and enjoyed the money and told myself it wasn't my business. He shook his head. That's when it started, I think. The rot. The knowing and not doing. By the time I signed those papers on Warren, I was already hollowed out. There wasn't anything left to betray. Ellis was quiet. The boat rocked. The sun climbed higher and the air began to thicken, the brief grace of the morning giving way to the familiar weight of August. Can I ask you something? He said. You can ask. Why are you telling me this? You barely know me. I'm a stranger, a Yankee stranger, here to write about your family for a magazine. Why trust me with any of this? Holt considered the question. He lit a cigarette, the first Ellis had seen him smoke, and let the smoke trail away over the water. Because you're leaving, he said. Because in a few weeks you'll be gone, back to New York, back to your life, and none of this will matter. You'll write your article, say whatever you're going to say, and move on. But I'll still be here, in that house, with those people, living with what I've done. He took a long drag on the cigarette. It's easier to tell the truth to someone who's leaving. They can't use it against you. They can't remind you of it every day. They just take it with them when they go, like a suitcase full of dirty laundry. And what am I supposed to do with it? The truth? Whatever you want. Write about it, forget about it, I don't care, just... He paused, flicked ash into the water. Just remember that I told you, that's all. Remember that I didn't lie to you, that I was honest about what I am. I'll remember. Good. Holt started the engine. We should head back. Storm's coming. Ellis looked at the sky. It was clear, cloudless, the same impossible blue it had been all morning. I don't see any storm. It's coming. Holt pointed toward the horizon, where the faintest smudge of gray was beginning to form. You learn to read the sky down here. The water, the wind, the way the birds fly. They tell you things if you know how to listen. He turned the boat toward shore, and they motored back in silence, the coast growing larger and larger until the white columns of Barfield House rose out of the haze like something from a dream or a nightmare. The days that followed blurred together. Tuesday, they played chess on the veranda, an old set Holt had found in the library, the pieces worn smooth by generations of hands. Holt was good, better than Ellis expected, and they played until the light faded and Maylene called them in for dinner. "Daddy taught me," Holt said, setting up the board for another game. Said chess was like business. You had to think 3 moves ahead, always be willing to sacrifice a piece for position. But I never learned to play like that. I always got too attached to my pieces. Couldn't stand to lose any of them. That's not a weakness. That's humanity. In chess, it's a weakness. In life, Holt shrugged. I don't know what it is in life. Maybe both. Wednesday, Holt took him to the old family cemetery. 3 generations of Barfields under live oaks and Spanish moss. Their names carved in granite, their stories reduced to dates and Bible verses. They walked among the stones, and Holt told him about each one. The grandfather who'd drilled the first well, the grandmother who'd built the greenhouse, the uncle who'd died in the war. "This is where I'll end up," Holt said, stopping at an empty plot near the back. "Right here, next to Mama. Daddy bought the plots years ago. One for him, one for me, one for whoever I married." He smiled. "Claudine doesn't know about that. I should probably tell her." "Tell her what?" "That there's a hole in the ground waiting for her. That she's already bought and paid for, just like the rest of us." Thursday, they drove to New Orleans. Holt was sober for the trip, the first time Ellis had seen him go more than a few hours without a drink. And they walked the quarter together, ate oysters at Antoine's, listened to jazz in a dark little club on Bourbon Street, where the trumpet player closed his eyes and played like he was praying. "I almost didn't come back from here," Holt said. They were sitting at the bar nursing beers, watching the band break down their equipment. "After Tulane, after Warren, I thought about just disappearing, getting on a boat, going to South America, starting over as someone else. Someone without a name, without a history." "Why didn't you?" "Because I'm a coward. Because I couldn't face the uncertainty. Because," he laughed, "because the money was easier. It's always easier, you know, to take the money, to stay comfortable, to tell yourself you'll make a change tomorrow, next week, next year. And then tomorrow never comes, and you're trapped in the life you chose, and it's too late to choose different." "It's not too late." "Isn't it?" Holt looked at him. "I'm 32 years old, Ellis. I've got a wife who doesn't love me, a father who's dying, and a future that looks exactly like my past. What am I going to do? Run away? Start over? Pretend the last 10 years didn't happen?" He shook his head. "I used to believe in second chances. I used to think people could change, really change, become something different from what they were. But I don't anymore. We are what we are. The best we can hope for is to stop making it worse." "That's a dark philosophy." "It's an honest one." Holt finished his beer, set down the glass. "Come on, it's a long drive back." Friday night, they sat on the dock with a bottle of bourbon between them. The week had taken something out of Holt, or maybe given something back. He seemed lighter somehow, less burdened, as if the act of confession had loosened something that had been wound tight for years. He drank, but not the desperate drinking of before. This was different. This was 2 men sharing a bottle, watching the stars come out over the Gulf, talking about nothing and everything. "Can I ask you something?" Holt said. His voice was soft, almost dreamy. The bourbon had gentled him, smoothed away the sharp edges. "Anything. Do you think people can change? Really change? Not just rearrange their sins into a prettier pattern. Actually become different than what they are." Ellis looked at the man beside him, at the gaunt face and the sad eyes and the hands that had never done violence to anyone except perhaps himself. He thought about the manuscript in his room, about Claudine and Denny and the plan that was already in motion, rolling forward like a wave that had started miles offshore and was only now approaching the beach. He thought about the boy Holt had been, reading Dumas on this same dock, believing life would be a series of noble choices. The lie came easily. It always did. "Yes," Ellis said. I think people can change. Holt nodded slowly. I'd like to believe that. I really would. They finished the bottle. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent and eternal. Somewhere out on the water, a fish jumped, its body a brief silver arc against the darkness. We should do this again, Holt said, before you leave. One more trip out on the boat, just the two of us. Like today, but better, longer. I know a spot where the tarpon run this time of year. Big ones, 100-pounders, the kind that fight you for an hour before they give up. He smiled, and for a moment he looked almost young. What do you say? I'd like that. Good. Holt stood, swaying slightly. Good night, Ellis. Thanks for... He stopped. Thanks for listening, for not judging, for being... He laughed. Hell, I don't know what you've been. A friend, maybe. I don't have many of those left. Good night, Holt. Ellis watched him walk up the dock toward the house, his footsteps unsteady on the weathered boards. At the veranda, he paused and looked back, and for a moment their eyes met across the distance. Two men who had spent a week learning each other's secrets, bound together by conversations that only one of them would survive. Then Holt raised a hand in farewell and disappeared inside. And Ellis was alone with the water and the stars and the weight of what he was about to do. He went back to the cottage, sat at his desk, opened his notebook, and began to write. The boat rocks gently in the swells. The moon is up, nearly full, painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. Holt is at the stern, his back against the gunwale, a bottle in his hand. He's been drinking for hours, but the drunk is different tonight. Softer, sadder, touched with something that might be acceptance. He doesn't see the other boat approaching, doesn't hear the oars in the water, the soft splash of each stroke. He's looking up at the stars, counting them maybe, or looking for patterns in the randomness, or just letting himself disappear into the vastness of the night. Holt! He turns. In the moonlight, Denny's face is pale, strange, like something carved from marble. Denny? What are you doing out here? We need to talk. Now? In the middle of the Gulf? Holt laughs, but there's an edge to it, a recognition of something wrong. Is it Claudine? Did something happen? Something's been happening for a while now. Denny climbs aboard, his movements jerky, uncertain. He's holding something, an oar, heavy and solid. I didn't want it to be like this. I need you to know that. I never wanted any of this. Denny. Holt's voice has changed, sobering now despite the whiskey. What are you doing? She loves me, Holt. She's loved me for years, and I love her, and we can't keep living like this, all of us trapped, all of us pretending. So you came out here to, what, ask for a divorce at midnight on my boat? I came out here to set her free. Denny raises the oar. I'm sorry, Holt. I'm so goddamn sorry. Who sent you? Holt's voice is quiet now, calm. The calm of a man who has been waiting for this moment longer than he knew. Was it her? Or was it him, the rider? Nobody sent me. I decided. You decided. Holt laughs. And it's the saddest sound Denny has ever heard. Oh, you poor stupid bastard. You don't even know, do you? You don't even see the strings. Shut up. He's been pulling you for weeks, both of you. I've watched him do it. The questions, the dinners, the way he looks at Claudine like she's a specimen in a jar. Did you really think any of this was your idea? I said, shut up. You're not a killer, Denny. You're a lawyer. A patsy. Someone else's instrument. Holt spreads his arms wide. But go ahead. Do what you came to do. I've been waiting for this anyway. Waiting for the bill to come due. The oar comes down. Holt doesn't move to stop it. He has been waiting for this. Not this specifically, but something like it. The balance settling. The debt finally paid. The first blow catches him across the temple. He feels himself falling, feels the gunwale against his back, feels the warm black water receive him like an answer to a question he has been asking for 3 years. And his last thought, before the darkness takes him, is not of Claudine or his father or even Warren. It is of the rider, of Ellis Truett sitting at his desk in the guest cottage, writing this scene before it happens, knowing exactly how it would end. We're all just characters to him, Holt thinks. And then he thinks nothing at all. Ellis stopped writing. His face was wet. He raised a hand to his cheek and found tears. He was crying. Had been crying. Didn't know when he had started. The page was blurred with moisture, the ink running in places, and he had to blink to see clearly. He read what he had written, made a note to change gunnel to something simpler in the second reference, tightened a sentence in the third paragraph, cut a word that wasn't earning its place. He was crying and editing at the same time, weeping for a man he had spent a week learning to love and sharpening the prose that would describe his death. This was what he was. This was what he had become. A man who could feel and calculate simultaneously, who could grieve and craft in the same breath. Monster, Claudine had called him. She was right, but she hadn't understood the full horror of it. The horror wasn't that he felt nothing. The horror was that he felt everything, and it didn't stop him. Nothing would stop him. Not guilt, not grief, not the memory of Holt's face in the starlight asking if people could change. He had lied. Of course he had lied. People didn't change. They just revealed what they had always been. And Ellis Truett had always been this. A watcher who learned to touch. An observer who learned to kill. He closed the notebook, turned off the lamp, lay in the darkness and listened to the sounds of the night. The frogs, the insects, the slow lap of the Gulf against the shore. Outside, on the porch railing, a shape sat motionless in the moonlight. White and gray, black-eyed, patient. The seagull had been there all along, had watched him cry, watched him write, watched him damn himself word by careful word. Ellis didn't speak to it. There was nothing left to say. He had made his choice. Tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after that, Holt would take his boat out onto the water, and he would not come back. And Ellis would write it all down, every detail, every moment, every drop of blood. That was the only redemption left to him now, the only honesty. To witness what he had done, to record it faithfully, to make something beautiful from the ugliness of what they were about to become. Art from murder. Literature from death. It would have to be enough. It would have to be everything. August 27th, 4 a.m. I have spent a week with a man I am going to help destroy. He told me about his father, his failures, his guilt. He asked if people could change, and I lied to his face. And now I sit here with my notebook, writing the scene of his death, weeping as I write it, and I cannot stop. I cannot stop the tears, and I cannot stop the words, and I cannot stop what is coming. This is what it means to be a writer. This is the gift and the curse. To feel everything and use it. To love someone and still reach for the pen. Tomorrow, the plan goes forward. Ansel is fading, the window is closing, Denny is ready, Claudine is ready, and I have been ready since the day I arrived. Since the seagull on the platform, since the first moment I saw this family and understood what they were, what I could make of them, what story was waiting to be written in their blood. God forgive me. God forgive us all. But God isn't here. There's only me and the notebook and the terrible, beautiful words that pour out of me like a confession, like a prayer, like the only truth I have left. Holt asked if people can change. The answer is no. The answer has always been no. We are what we are, and I am this. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, The Return. The waiting was its own kind of violence. Ellis sat in the dark of the guest cottage, the lamp extinguished, the curtains parted just enough to show a sliver of the dock, the water, the place where the skiff had been. The air was thick and still, the kind of stillness that comes before storms or after them, and he could hear his own heartbeat in his ears, slow and steady, the metronome of a man who has set something in motion and can only watch it run. He had heard Holt's boat go out at 7, the familiar cough of the engine, the low rumble fading across the water. He had not gone to the window then. He had known what he would see. the running lights moving toward the horizon, the silhouette of a man who did not know he was already dead. At 8:15 he heard the skiff, the smaller engine, higher pitched, moving out across the dark water. He had gone to the window then, just for a moment, just long enough to see Denny's pale shape hunched over the oars, rowing out past the point where the engine would carry him. Rowing toward a rendezvous that Ellis had written 3 days ago, in a scene that read like prophecy and felt like murder. Then there was nothing to do but wait. He did not drink. He did not read. He did not write. He sat in the chair facing away from the water and listened to the house sounds, the creak of old wood, the distant murmur of the Gulf, somewhere a night bird calling 3 notes that rose and fell and rose again. The clock on the mantel ticked. The minutes passed like hours. The hours passed like years. At 10:47, he would remember the time precisely, would write it down later in his notebook, would know it for the rest of his life. He heard the skiff return. The engine cut 50 yards from the dock. Oars in the water, soft splashes, the scrape of wood against the pilings. Then footsteps on the boards, uneven, stumbling. A sound that might have been a sob or might have been a retch. Ellis did not move. He sat in the dark and listened to the footsteps come closer, across the dock, across the lawn, up the crushed shell path to the guest cottage. They stopped at his door. Silence. Then a knock, soft, desperate, the knock of a man who has nowhere else to go. Ellis rose, crossed the room, opened the door. Denny stood on the porch in the moonlight, and he was ruined. His shirt was wet, not just damp with sweat, but soaked, clinging to his chest, dark with something that might have been water or might have been something else. His hands hung at his sides, and even in the dim light, Ellis could see them shaking, trembling with a violence that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside, some fault line that had finally cracked. His face was white. His eyes were wide and black and empty, the eyes of a man who has seen something that cannot be unseen. Ellis? The word was a whisper, a plea. Ellis, Come inside. Ellis stepped back. Denny stumbled through the door and Ellis closed it behind him, shutting out the night, shutting out the witnesses. The room was dark. He did not turn on the lamp. Sit down. Denny did not sit. He stood in the middle of the room, swaying slightly, his hands coming up to his face, then dropping, then coming up again. He could not seem to control them. They moved of their own accord, touching his cheeks, his mouth, his eyes, as if checking to make sure he was still there, still real, still alive. I did it! The words came out in a rush, tumbling over each other. I did it, Ellis. He's in the water. He went in and he didn't come back up. I waited and he didn't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't. Denny's chest was heaving, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. He looked at me, right before. He looked at me and he said, what did he say? Denny's hands stopped moving. He stared at Ellis, and something shifted in his face. A flicker of clarity through the panic, a moment of terrible understanding. He said, you sent me. He asked who sent me, and I said nobody, and he laughed. He laughed, Ellis, and he said I was a puppet. He said I didn't even see the strings. The words hung in the air. Ellis felt them land, felt their weight, felt the accusation in them, even from a dead man's mouth. Holt had seen. Holt had known. Holt had gone into the dark water, understanding exactly who had put him there. Sit down, Denny. This time Denny sat. He collapsed onto the small sofa, his body folding in on itself, his head dropping into his hands. The shaking had not stopped. If anything, it was worse. A whole body tremor, the kind of shaking that comes from shock, from cold, from the sudden absence of adrenaline. Ellis crossed to the sideboard, poured a glass of whiskey, brought it to Denny and pressed it into his hands. Drink this. Denny raised the glass. His hands were shaken so badly that the whiskey sloshed over the rim, running down his fingers, dripping onto his wet shirt. He brought it to his lips and drank, A long swallow, then another. The glass was empty in seconds. More. Ellis poured another. Denny drank it. The shaking began to subside, just slightly, the liquor doing its work. Tell me what happened. All of it, from the beginning. Denny looked up at him. His eyes were red now, wet with tears. He didn't seem to know he was crying. I can't say it. If I say it, it's real. It's already real, Denny. It happened. Now tell me. The words came slowly at first, then faster, tumbling out in a flood that Denny could not seem to stop. He had rowed out past the barrier islands. He had found Holt anchored in the usual spot, exactly where Ellis had said he would be. The moon was up, almost full, and he could see Holt clearly, slumped against the gunwale, a bottle in his hand, his face turned up to the stars. I called his name. He turned around. He didn't look surprised. That was the thing. He didn't look surprised at all. He looked like he'd been waiting for me, like he knew I was coming. What did you say? I don't remember. Something about Claudine, something about how we couldn't go on like this. I had the oar. I didn't even know I was holding it until... Denny's voice cracked. He didn't fight. That's what I keep seeing. He didn't fight at all. He just looked at me and he said that thing about the strings, and then I... You hit him. Yes. How many times? Once. Just once. He went down. He hit the side of the boat, and he went into the water, and I held him. I held him under. Denny's hands came up again, and he stared at him as if they belonged to someone else. I could feel him stop. I could feel the moment when he just stopped, and I let go, and he sank, and He couldn't finish. He doubled over, a retching sound tearing from his throat, and Ellis moved quickly, grabbing the wastebasket from beside the desk, getting it under Denny's face just as his body convulsed. The whiskey came back up, along with whatever else was in his stomach, and the sound he made was not quite human, a keening, a wail, the sound of a man who has broken something inside himself that cannot be repaired. Ellis waited. He stood beside the sofa with the wastebasket, and he waited, his face calm, his hands steady, his heart beating slow and even in his chest. When Denny was empty, when there was nothing left to purge, he sat back against the cushions and closed his eyes. The tears were flowing freely now, streaming down his cheeks, and his breath came in hitching sobs that shook his whole body. "What have I done?" he whispered. Oh God, what have I done?" "You've done what needed to be done." Denny's eyes opened. He stared at Ellis, and in that stare there was something new. Not just horror, not just guilt, but the first stirring of something else. Recognition, understanding, the dawning awareness of what Ellis really was. "You planned this, all of it, from the beginning." I observed. I recorded. I saw the shape of what wanted to happen, and I let it happen. That's the same thing. That's exactly the same thing. Is it? Ellis sat down in the chair across from the sofa. His voice was calm, almost gentle, the voice of a teacher explaining a difficult concept to a struggling student. "Did I row out to that boat, Denny? Did I pick up the oar? Did I hold him under while he drowned? No, but I wrote it down, that's all. I wrote down what I saw coming, what anyone could have seen coming if they'd been paying attention." Ellis leaned forward. "You wanted Claudine. You've wanted her for years, and she wanted out of this marriage, out of this house, out of the trap she'd been in since the day she walked down the aisle. The two of you were going to find your way to this moment whether I was here or not. I just clarified things, made the path a little easier to see." "That's not true, isn't it? Think, Denny. Think about the day I arrived. Were you already in love with her?" "Yes." "Was she already desperate to escape?" "Yes." "Was Holt already drinking himself to death, already talking about Warren, already waiting for the bill to come due?" Ellis spread his hands. "I didn't create any of that. I just paid attention. I just wrote it down." Denny shook his head slowly. But Ellis could see the words landing, could see them taking root in the fertile soil of Denny's guilt. This was what Denny needed, not absolution, but redistribution, a way to share the weight, a story that made him something less than a murderer. "Here's what happens now," Ellis said. "You go home, you take a shower, you burn those clothes, all of them, including the shoes. You get in bed and you stay there until morning. When Claudine calls to say Holt hasn't come home, you're shocked. You're worried. You're the loyal family lawyer, doing everything you can to help." I can't pretend." "You can. You will. Because the alternative is a rope around your neck and Claudine in a cell, and everything you did tonight meaning nothing." Ellis's voice hardened. "You killed a man, Denny. There's no taking that back. The only question now is whether it was worth it, whether you're going to get what you wanted, or whether you're going to let guilt destroy you before you can enjoy it." Denny stared at him. The tears had stopped. His face was slack, exhausted. But something was moving behind his eyes. Calculation, survival, the animal instinct to keep living even when living seemed impossible. "And you?" he whispered. "What about you?" "I'm a writer. I was in my cottage all night, working on my article. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. I'm just a visitor, unlucky enough to be here when tragedy struck." "That's all you are? A visitor?" Ellis smiled. It was not a kind smile. "That's all anyone will ever be able to prove." Denny sat there for a long moment, his ruined hands in his lap, his ruined face slack with exhaustion. Then, slowly, he stood. He swayed, caught himself on the arm of the sofa, and straightened. "I'll never forgive you for this." "You don't need to forgive me. You just need to keep your mouth shut." Ellis rose, opened the door. The night air rushed in, thick with salt and jasmine and the smell of the Gulf. "Go home, Denny. Burn the clothes. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." Denny walked to the door. At the threshold he paused. He did not look back. "He was right," he said. "Holt. He was right about the strings. I didn't see him until it was too late." "Nobody ever does. That's the point." Denny walked out into the night. Ellis watched him go. The stumbling gait, the hunched shoulders, the way his hands kept coming up to his face and dropping again, as if he couldn't stop checking that they were still his. When Denny was gone, when the night had swallowed him whole, Ellis closed the door and sat back down at his desk. He sat there for a long time in the dark, not writing, not moving, just listening to the sounds of the night. The Gulf against the shore, the cicadas in the trees, the slow settling of the old house in the distance. He had done it. The scene he had written 3 days ago had come true, word for word, exactly as he had imagined it. Holt was dead. Denny was broken. Claudine was free. And he was exactly what he had always been. The author of the tragedy. After an hour, after midnight, after the house had gone dark and the stars had wheeled overhead, and there was nothing left to wait for, he turned on the lamp and opened his notebook. And he wrote it all down. Every word, every gesture, every flicker of emotion that had crossed Denny's ruined face. The way his hands had shaken, the sound he had made when his body finally emptied itself. The moment when the guilt had begun to transform into something else. Not acceptance, not yet, but the first cold stirrings of survival. Ellis wrote until dawn, and when he was done, he read it back and changed nothing. It was perfect. It was monstrous. It was the best thing he had ever written. He closed the notebook and lay down on the bed fully clothed. The first gray light was showing through the curtains, and somewhere a rooster was crowing, and the day was beginning whether he was ready for it or not. He closed his eyes. Sleep came easily, as it always did for him, as it always would. And if he dreamed of hands reaching up from black water, of a face turned toward the moon, of a voice asking, "Who sent you? Who sent you? Who sent you?" Well, that was a small price to pay for what he had made. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Aftermath. The call came at 6 in the morning. Ellis heard it from the guest house. the telephone's shrill ring cutting through the dawn quiet. Then Maylene's voice, then silence. He dressed slowly. He had slept better than he'd expected, a dreamless black nothing, and he felt rested in a way that seemed obscene. He knotted his tie, checked his face in the mirror. The face that looked back was the same one that had looked back yesterday, and the day before, and every day of his life. He had expected something to show, some mark. There was nothing. By the time he reached the main house, the machinery of crisis was already turning. Claudine was in the parlor, still in her robe, her hair undone. She looked up when Ellis entered, and her face was a masterpiece. Pale, stricken, the eyes red-rimmed but not swollen. She had been crying, but not too much, just enough. They found his boat, she said, drifting past Horn Island, empty. My God. The Coast Guard is searching, but they said if he went overboard in the night. She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Ellis sat beside her and took her hand. It was cold and dry. I'm so sorry, Claudine. He went out every night. I told him. I begged him not to drink on the water. But he never listened. He never... Her voice broke. She turned her face into Ellis's shoulder. He held her and looked over her head at the portrait of Ansel above the fireplace. The old man in his prime, eyes like flint. Maylene appeared in the doorway. Sheriff Piku is here, Miss Claudine. Claudine straightened, wiped her eyes, smoothed her robe. The transformation took 3 seconds. Grieving wife to lady of the house, ready to receive. Show him in. Sheriff Amos Piku was a large man with a small voice, soft-spoken in the way of Delta lawmen who had learned that quiet words carried further than loud ones. He held his hat in his hands and expressed his condolences and asked his questions with the gentle persistence of someone who had done this many times before. Where had Holt gone last night? What time? Had he been drinking? Had he seemed troubled? Had there been any arguments, any unusual behavior? Claudine answered everything perfectly. Yes, he'd gone out around 7, as he often did. Yes, he'd been drinking, but not excessively. No arguments. He'd seemed quiet lately, but Holt was always quiet. Ever since his friend Warren, but the sheriff knew about that. Everyone knew about that. He blamed himself, Claudine said. He never said it, but I knew. These past 3 years, it's been eating at him. The sheriff nodded, made a note. And you, Mr. Truett, you were here last night? In the guest house, working on my article. I went to bed around 10. You hear anything? See anything? Just the boat going out. Around 7, like Claudine said. I didn't think anything of it. I'm told he went out most nights. He did. The sheriff looked around the parlor, the old furniture and the older money, and Ellis could see him making calculations. The Barfields were quality. Holt's troubles were known. No one wanted a scandal. I expect we'll find him today. The currents this time of year, they tend to bring things back. Claudine made a small sound. Ellis squeezed her hand. I'll let you know as soon as we hear anything, the sheriff said. In the meantime, if you think of anything else, anything at all, you call me. Of course, Sheriff. Thank you. He left. The house settled back into silence. Claudine did not move for a long moment, and when she finally looked at Ellis, her eyes were dry and bright and utterly unreadable. Well, she said, that's done. The body surfaced at 2 in the afternoon, caught in the pilings of an old fishing pier on Petit Bois Island. Ellis was in town when he heard. He had gone to send a telegram to his editor. Story delayed, stop. Family tragedy, stop. Will advise. And by the time he returned, the house was full of people. Denny was there, of course. He looked terrible. Gray-faced, hands trembling, eyes darting. Ellis watched him move through the rooms, shaking hands, murmuring condolences, performing competence. But underneath the performance, Ellis could see the cracks. Denny kept touching his right hand with his left, rubbing the knuckles, as if trying to wipe something away. Tragic, Denny said when they found a moment alone. Just tragic. I've known Holt since law school. I can't believe... He stopped, swallowed. The sheriff says it was an accident. Alcohol in his bloodstream. He must have slipped, hit his head, gone overboard. Did they find any injuries? Signs of a struggle? Denny's face went white. What? Why would you? No. There was a contusion on his temple, but that's consistent with hitting the gunnel when he fell. Of course, I wasn't suggesting anything. I'm a writer. I ask questions. Right. Denny wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. It's the heat. I can't think straight in this heat. Ellis put a hand on his shoulder, felt the man flinch beneath his touch. You should go home, Denny. Get some rest. There'll be plenty to do in the coming days. The estate, the arrangements. Claudine will need you. Yes, the estate. Denny's voice was mechanical. I should review the documents, make sure everything's in order. He left without saying goodbye to anyone. Ellis watched him go and felt nothing. That was the strangest part. He had expected guilt, revulsion, something. But there was only a cool, professional interest, like a surgeon examining his own incision. That evening, Ellis went to see Ansel. The old man was propped up in bed, thinner than he'd been a week ago, the cancer eating him from the inside. But his eyes were still sharp, still seeing, and when Ellis entered, they fixed on him with an intensity that made Ellis want to look away. So, Ansel said, my son is dead. I'm sorry, Mr. Barfield. Are you? The old man's lips twisted. Holt finally did something decisive. First time in his life. Of course, it would be the last thing he ever did. You think it was intentional? Does it matter? He's been killing himself for 3 years. Just took him this long to finish the job. Ansel coughed, a wet, tearing sound. Sit down, Mr. Truett. You're making me tired looming like that. Ellis sat. The room smelled of camphor and decay. You got what you came for, Ansel said, didn't you? Your story. I came to write about Gulf Coast oil families. I didn't expect... Don't. The word was sharp. Don't lie to a dying man. It's beneath both of us. Ansel studied him with those flinty eyes. I've known men like you my whole life. Men who watch. Men who wait. Men who let other people do the dirty work and then write it up like they had nothing to do with it. I don't know what you mean. No, you wouldn't. Ansel closed his eyes. Get out. Write your article. Tell the world about the tragic Barfields and their crumbling empire. Just don't expect me to give you my blessing. Ellis stood. At the door he paused. For what it's worth, I liked your son. He was a decent man. Decent men don't survive. That's the first thing my father taught me. Ansel opened his eyes. The second thing he taught me was to recognize the men who kill them. I'm looking at one right now. Ellis left. His heart was beating very fast, but his hands were steady, and his mind was already composing the scene, selecting the details, shaping the old man's words into something that would sing on the page. That night, Claudine came to the guest house. She stood in the doorway in a black dress, her widow's costume, and she looked at Ellis with an expression he had never seen before. Not grief, not desire, something colder. Something that had been hiding behind all the other expressions, waiting for its moment. We need to talk, she said, about what happens next. I assumed the estate. Denny handles. Not about the estate. She stepped inside, closed the door. About the book you're going to write. About us. Ellis felt the first cold touch of something he hadn't expected. Uncertainty. What book? Claudine smiled. It was not a kind smile. Don't, she said, and her voice was Ansel's voice, the same hard edge. Don't lie to me. It's beneath both of us. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. The Turn. She came to him on the third night after the funeral. Ellis was at his desk, the lamp burning low, his notebook open to a blank page. He had been staring at it for an hour. The words would not come. Every time he reached for a sentence, he saw Ansel's face, the flinty eyes, the lipless mouth forming the words that had lodged in his chest like shrapnel. A man who let others do his killing and called it art. The knock was soft. He knew who it was before he opened the door. Claudine stood on the porch in a black dress, her widow's uniform, but she wore it differently now. The performance of grief had fallen away. What remained was something older, harder, more true. We need to talk, she said, about the book. Ellis stepped back. She entered without waiting to be invited, moving through the room with the proprietary ease of someone who had been here before. Many times before, he realized. When he was walking the grounds, when he was interviewing Denny in town, when he was sleeping. She stopped at his desk, picked up a page from the stack beside his typewriter. Her eyes moved across it and her lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. August 14th, she read aloud. The triangle is complete. D is convinced the affair is his idea. C believes she is using me. Neither understands they are characters in a story I am writing in real time. She looked up. That's quite good. The confidence, the control, the godlike certainty that you're the only one who sees the whole board. Ellis felt the first cold touch of something unfamiliar. He had felt it with Ansel, too. The sense of being seen, truly seen, by eyes sharper than his own. You've been reading my notes since the second week. She set the page down, aligning it precisely with the others. You're careless, Ellis. You leave things out. You take your walks at the same time every day. You assume the help is invisible and that a woman in a negligee couldn't possibly be paying attention to anything but her own reflection. Maylene, .. Maylene is loyal to this family. She would never betray us to an outsider. Claudine sat on the edge of the bed, crossing her legs, arranging herself with the practiced grace he had admired since his first night in this house. No, I've been doing my own reading, early mornings while you slept. You sleep very deeply for a man with so much on his conscience. I found that interesting. Ellis's mind was working now, racing through the implications, recalculating the geometry of the past month. She had been watching him, reading him. All those moments he had interpreted as attraction, as vulnerability, as a desperate woman reaching for rescue. They had been something else entirely. What do you want? That's the first intelligent question you've asked. She reached into her small black purse and withdrew a folded paper. He recognized it immediately, his own handwriting, the note he had slipped under a door the night before the storm. The scene writes itself. H, alone on the water, an accident. The wife inherits. The lover provides the means. The writer provides the motive. All you have to do is let it happen. You kept it. I keep everything. She refolded the note, slipped it back into her purse. I have the others, too. The first note, where you suggested Denny and I should stop fighting our feelings. The outline you showed me in the greenhouse. I copied it before I gave it back. Your hotel receipt from New Orleans, the separate room you paid for and never used. Her smile widened. I even have the page where you describe my walk, the sway of her hips, the set of her shoulders, the way she paused at the railing and looked out at the water like she was measuring the distance to the horizon, a woman calculating escape routes. That was perceptive, Ellis, more perceptive than you knew. You're blackmailing me. I'm protecting myself. There's a difference. Is there? Oh, yes. She uncrossed her legs, leaned forward, and her voice dropped to something intimate, almost tender. Blackmail implies threat, coercion, an unwilling victim. But you're not unwilling, are you? You wanted a partner, someone who understood what you were doing, someone who could appreciate the artistry of it. She tilted her head. Well, here I am, your reader, your editor, your collaborator. Ellis stared at her. The woman he had written, the desperate wife, the grateful lover, the pawn to be positioned, had never existed. That woman was a character in his story. This woman, the one sitting on his bed with her evidence and her smile, was the author of a different story entirely. And in her story, he was the pawn. When did you know, he asked, about me, about what I was doing? I suspected from the first dinner, the way you watched us, not like a journalist gathering material, but like a chess player studying the board. You were too attentive to the dynamics, too interested in who needed what from whom. She shrugged, but I wasn't sure until the greenhouse, when you showed me the notebook, the scene where the husband dies. You were horrified. You called me a monster. I was testing you. I wanted to see if you would flinch, apologize, try to explain it away as fiction. Her eyes held his. You didn't. You looked me in the face and said yes. And I knew then that I could use you. Use me to get what I wanted. What I've wanted since the day I married Holt and realized what a terrible mistake I'd made. She stood, moved to the window, looked out at the dark water. Do you know what it's like to be trapped, Ellis? Really trapped? Not the romantic kind of trapped where you pine and suffer and wait for rescue. The real kind, where every door is locked and every window is barred, and you can see your whole life stretching out ahead of you, year after year of the same rooms, the same conversations, the same slow decay. I think I do. No, you don't. She turned to face him. You're a man. You're free. You could have left New York any time you wanted, gone to Paris, to California, anywhere. Your trap is one you built yourself, and you can take it apart whenever you choose. Mine was built by my father, my husband, my father-in-law, by every man who ever looked at me and saw a prize to be won instead of a person to be known. I couldn't take it apart. I could only escape, and I was your escape. You were my tool. Just as Denny was my tool, just as Holt, in his own sad way, was my tool. She came back to where he sat, stood over him, and he felt the reversal of power like a physical weight. You think you were the author of this story? You were a character, Ellis, a useful one. The puppet master who didn't see that someone else was holding his strings. Holt saw it at the end. Did he? Something flickered in her face. Not guilt, not grief, but something more complex. What did he say? He asked Denny who sent him. He said Denny couldn't see the strings. Ellis paused. He meant me. But he could have meant you. He could have meant anyone. That's the nature of conspiracy, isn't it? Everyone's pulling strings. Everyone's being pulled. In the end, it's all just force and leverage and who's willing to go furthest. She smiled. I was willing to go furthest. That's why I won. Ellis sat very still. He was aware of the notebooks on his desk, the pages filled with his observations, his schemes, his careful manipulations. All of it was evidence now, evidence she controlled. What do you want? He asked for the third time. 50% of everything the book makes. Advances, royalties, film rights, everything. And if I refuse? Then I give everything to Sheriff Piku. I tell him I just discovered these papers in my late husband's desk, that I'm shocked to learn that the charming writer from New York was manipulating everyone around him, that I had no idea any of this was happening until I found his notes. She tilted her head. Denny will confirm that you encouraged the affair. Maylene will confirm the time you spent alone with me. Your own words will do the rest. You'd implicate yourself. Would I? She raised an eyebrow. Read your own notes, Ellis. What do they say about me? That I'm a desperate housewife, that I wanted out of my marriage, that I was attracted to Denny. None of those things are crimes. But conspiracy to commit murder, that requires evidence of planning. And all the planning, all the notes, all the what-if scenarios. She spread her hands. They're in your handwriting, not mine. Ellis felt the trap close around him. She was right. He had been so careful to maintain his observer's distance, to position himself as the chronicler rather than the actor. But in doing so, he had created a paper trail that led directly to him, and only to him. You planned this, he said slowly, from the moment you saw what I was. I adapted. There's a difference. She picked up her purse, checked her reflection in the small mirror by the door. I didn't know you existed until you arrived on my doorstep with your notebook and your hungry eyes, but I recognized what you were, and I understood how to use it. That's not planning. That's survival. That's murder. That's partnership. She turned back to him, and her face was serene, almost kind. You wanted to write a masterpiece. I wanted to be free. We both got what we wanted. The only question now is whether we're going to share the profits or whether we're going to destroy each other fighting over them. Ellis looked at her for a long moment. He thought about Holt, drifting in the dark water, about Denny, rubbing his hands like Lady Macbeth, about Ansel dying upstairs, seeing everything and unable to stop it. He thought about his book, the book he had already written, in fragments and scenes and stolen moments. It was good. It might be great. And she was right. It would make them both rich. 50%, he said. 50%. And the documents? Stay in my safe deposit box. Insurance. In case you ever decide that our partnership has run its course. That's not trust. No, it's business. She opened the door. The night air rushed in, thick with jasmine and salt. I'll expect the first draft by Christmas. Take your time. Get it right. We only get one chance to introduce the world to the Barfield tragedy. She paused at the threshold. One more thing. The notebook you keep in your desk drawer. The private one, where you write the things you don't want anyone to see. She smiled. You might want to find a better hiding place. I've read that one too. She walked out into the night, her heels clicking on the crushed shell path, her white shoulders catching the moonlight. Ellis watched her go, and he understood finally that he had never been the author of this story. He had only ever been a character in hers. He sat at his desk until dawn, not writing, not moving, just staring at the notebooks that had seemed so powerful and now seemed like evidence of his own foolishness. She had read everything, every scene, every observation, every private confession he had made to the page. She had watched him watching her, and she had let him believe he was the one in control. The student had been teaching the teacher all along. He thought about refusing, walking away, calling her bluff. But he knew, the way he knew the shape of a sentence before he wrote it, that she would not bluff. She was not built for bluffing. She was built for winning. And she had won. The only question now was what he would do with his half of the victory. He picked up his pen, set it down, picked it up again. Then he opened his notebook to a fresh page and began to write. She came to him on the third night after the funeral. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. The death of the author. The funeral was Tuesday. White Baptist church, white caskets, white lilies wilting in the September heat. Half of Biloxi turned out. Oil men and lawyers, politicians and socialites, the whole machinery of Gulf Coast power come to watch one of their own go into the ground. Ellis sat in the third row and took notes in his head. The minister's droning cadences, the way Claudine's black veil moved when she breathed. Denny, 2 rows back, unable to look at the casket, his hands clasped so tight the knuckles had gone yellow. Afterward, there was a reception at Barfield House. Cold ham and potato salad and whiskey on the sideboard. Ellis moved through the rooms like a ghost, listening, observing, filing away details. An old oil man told a story about Holt's father, back when the wells first came in. A Tulane classmate mentioned Holt's football days, the promise everyone had seen in him. A woman Ellis didn't recognize wept in the corner and was led away by her husband. No one mentioned how Holt had really spent his last 3 years. No one mentioned Warren Childress. The dead were already being revised, edited into something more presentable. That was how it worked, Ellis thought. That was how it always worked. The living wrote the stories. The dead had no say. Ansel did not come down for the funeral. He was too weak now, confined to his bed, attended by a nurse who came from Mobile and spoke to no one. The doctor visited each morning and left looking grave. It was a matter of days, everyone said, perhaps hours. On Thursday evening, Maylene found Ellis on the veranda. Mr. Ansel wants to see you. Me? Why? He didn't say why, he just said to fetch you. Her face was unreadable. I'd go now if I was you. He won't ask twice. Ellis climbed the stairs to the master bedroom. The hallway was dim, the portraits of dead Barfields watching from the walls. He knocked. Come. The room smelled of medicine and something sweeter underneath. Decay. Masked, but not hidden. Ansel was propped against pillows, smaller than he'd been even a week ago, the cancer whittling him down to bone and will. But his eyes were the same, hard, seeing. Sit down, Mr. Truett, and close the door. Ellis sat in the chair beside the bed. The nurse was gone. They were alone. "You know why I wanted to see you." "No, sir, I don't." "Don't." The word was a rasp. "I told you before. Don't lie to a dying man." Ellis said nothing. The clock on the mantel ticked. Somewhere in the house a door closed. "I've had a week to think," Ansel said. "A week to lie here and go over it. The writer who arrived out of nowhere. The affair that started so conveniently. My son's sudden decision to take the boat out alone, the same night that lawyer finally found his courage." He coughed, a wet, tearing sound. "I'm dying, Mr. Truett, not stupid. I don't know what you think happened. I know exactly what happened. I don't have proof. I don't need proof. I'm not going to the sheriff." Ansel's lips twisted. "What would be the point? I'll be dead in a week. Holt's already dead. The only ones left to punish are that fool Denny and my daughter-in-law, and frankly, they deserve each other." "Then why am I here?" "Because I want you to know." Ansel's eyes fixed on him, bright with something that might have been fever or might have been hate. "I want you to know that you didn't fool me. Not for 1 minute. I saw what you were the day you walked through my door. A vulture, a carrion bird. You came here looking for something dead to feed on, and when you couldn't find it, you made it yourself. That's not... My son was a weak man. I know that better than anyone. I made him weak. I broke something in him when he was a boy, and I spent the rest of his life trying to fix it, and I couldn't." Ansel's voice cracked. He paused, gathered himself. "But he didn't deserve what you people did. He didn't deserve to die so you could write a book about it." Ellis felt something move in his chest. Not guilt. He had passed beyond guilt days ago. Something else. Recognition, maybe. The old man had seen him clearly, perhaps more clearly than anyone ever had. "I'm not going to apologize," Ellis said. "I don't want your apology. I want you to remember." Ansel reached out, his hand like a claw, and gripped Ellis's wrist with surprising strength. "I want you to remember this moment for the rest of your life. I want you to remember that a dying man looked you in the eye and named you for what you are. A murderer, a coward, a man who let others do his killing and called it art. I didn't kill anyone." "You did. You just used other hands." Ansel released him, fell back against the pillows, exhausted. "Now get out, write your book, get famous. But every time you see your name on that cover, I want you to remember my face. I want you to remember that someone knew." Ellis stood. His wrist ached where Ansel had gripped it. At the door, he paused. "For what it's worth." "Nothing you say is worth anything. Not to me." Ansel closed his eyes. "Get out. And don't come to my funeral. You've attended enough Barfield funerals already." Ansel died that night. Ellis heard the commotion from the guest house. Footsteps, voices, Claudine's performative wail drifting across the lawn. He did not go to the main house. He sat at his desk and listened to the sounds of crisis and felt nothing. After an hour, the house went quiet. The doctor's car pulled away. The lights went out, one by one. Ellis walked across the lawn in the dark. The back door was unlocked. He climbed the stairs, past the portraits, past the empty rooms, to the master bedroom. Ansel was still in the bed. No one had moved him yet. His eyes were closed, his face slack, the fierceness gone. He looked like any old man. He looked like nothing at all. Ellis sat in the chair where he had sat an hour before. He looked at the body for a long time. "You were right," he said finally. "About all of it. You were right." The body did not answer. Bodies never did. That was the thing about the dead. They had no say in the stories told about them. Ellis sat with him until dawn. Then he went back to the guest house and tried to write. The words would not come. He sat at his desk with his notes spread before him. Weeks of observation, pages of scenes, the whole architecture of his masterpiece. And he could not write a single sentence. Every time he tried, he saw Ansel's face. Every time he reached for a word, he heard the old man's voice. A murderer. A coward. A man who let others do his killing and called it art. He had never had trouble writing before. Writing was the one thing he could do, the one gift he possessed. He had built his entire identity around it, the observer, the recorder, the one who transformed life into language. Without that, what was he? He looked at the manuscript. It was all there, every piece, every scene. Holt on the boat, Denny with the oar, Claudine in her black dress, smiling. All he had to do was assemble it, shape it, make it sing. But when he picked up his pen, his hand would not move. He understood, finally, what Ansel had done. The old man had not threatened him, had not exposed him, had done something far worse. He had made Ellis see himself. And now, every time Ellis looked at his own words, he saw what they really were. Not art, not literature, just the record of his own corruption, written in the blood of a man who had trusted him. He sat at the desk until noon, the blank page before him, the pen in his hand. He wrote nothing. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. The Biloxi Manuscript. He left on a Sunday, the first week of September. Claudine drove him to the station herself, her widow's black exchanged for a cream-colored dress, her manner light, almost festive. The funeral was 3 days behind them. The will was in probate. The future was taking shape, and she was the one shaping it. "You'll send pages as you finish them," she said. It was not a question. "That was our agreement, our partnership." She smiled at the word, savoring it. "I do like the sound of that." The train was boarding. Ellis picked up his suitcase, heavier now, weighted with notebooks, with drafts, with evidence. "Claudine." "Yes?" He wanted to say something, to acknowledge what had passed between them, what they had done, what they had become. But the words would not come. Perhaps there were no words for it. Perhaps some things could only be written, never spoken. "Nothing. I'll be in touch." "I know you will." She drove away without looking back. Ellis boarded the train and watched Mississippi slide past the window. The white beaches, the dark water, the mansions drowning in kudzu and Spanish moss. He watched until there was nothing left to see. Then he opened his suitcase and took out the manuscript. He read it on the journey north, all of it, every scene, every note, every fragment he had written while the conspiracy unfolded around him. It was good. That was the hell of it. It was the best thing he had ever written. Sharp, alive, precise in a way his first novel had never been. The characters breathed, the dialogue cut, the prose had weight, and he could not publish a word of it. Not because of Claudine, not because of the evidence, the blackmail, the 50%. Those were obstacles, not walls. He could not publish it because Ansel was right. Every sentence was a confession. Every paragraph was a crime. He had written his masterpiece in blood, and now the blood was all he could see. New York was loud and fast and utterly indifferent to what he had done. He returned to his apartment, his adjunct position, his stack of freshman essays. He told his editor the article had fallen through. Family tragedy, too raw, perhaps in a few months. The editor shrugged and moved on. The manuscript sat in his desk drawer. Weeks passed. He did not open it. Then he wrote nervous letters asking about the project, asking when Ellis would begin. Ellis did not reply. After a month, the letters stopped. Claudine did not write at all. She didn't need to. She could afford to wait. The solution came to him in December, on a night when the snow was falling and the radiator was dying, and he had drunk enough whiskey to see clearly. He could not publish what he had written, but he could rewrite it. He took out the manuscript, sat down at his typewriter, and he began again. He changed everything. Names first. Holt became Ward. Claudine became Caroline. Ellis became a character named Everett who observed from a distance. The location moved from Biloxi to a fictional town on the Florida Panhandle. Oil money became timber money. The details blurred, shifted, transformed, but the bones remained. The dying patriarch, the hollow son, the desperate wife, the writer who came to observe and stayed to orchestrate. The murder that was not quite a murder, committed by hands that were not quite his own. He wrote through winter, through spring. He did not contact Claudine. He did not answer Denny's letters, which had resumed, increasingly frantic. He wrote. The novel was published the following spring. The Seminole County Affair by Ellis Truett. The reviews were respectful. A Southern Gothic of unusual moral complexity. Truett writes like a man who has seen too much and understood too little. A meditation on the corruption of the artistic impulse itself. It sold 12,000 copies, not a sensation, but a genuine literary achievement. The kind of book that got taught in universities, discussed in seminars, dissected for its layers of complicity. Claudine wrote once after it came out, "Clever, but we had an agreement." He wrote back, "The agreement was for the book I wrote in Biloxi. This is a different book, a novel, fiction." She did not reply. What could she say? The evidence she held pointed to a manuscript that no longer existed, a true crime account with real names and real places. That manuscript was ashes now, burned in his fireplace on the night he decided to rewrite. She had the notes, the letters, the hotel receipt, but without the book they pointed to, they were just fragments, curiosities, nothing a prosecutor could use. He had escaped. He had only to live with what he had done. He never wrote another book. He tried. For years he tried. He started novels, abandoned them, wrote stories that went nowhere, sat at his typewriter for hours, producing nothing. The words would not come. Not the way they had come in Biloxi, when he was writing something real, something alive, something fed by blood. He understood eventually what had happened. He had used it up. Spent his gift on one book, one crime, one summer. There was nothing left. Or perhaps it was simpler. Perhaps he had never been a writer at all. Only a murderer who used words instead of weapons. He married a kind woman named Dorothy who knew nothing about Biloxi, who believed he had written the Seminole County Affair from imagination alone. They lived quietly in a brownstone in Brooklyn. They had no children. If Dorothy sometimes noticed her husband staring at nothing, lost in some private darkness, she did not ask. He taught, read manuscripts, attended faculty meetings, was well liked, respected, known for his sharp editorial eye. When he retired, there was a dinner, speeches, a plaque. Dorothy died first, in her sleep. Ellis lived alone after that, surrounded by books he had stopped reading and a typewriter he had stopped using. Some nights he still heard the Gulf, still saw the dark water, the drifting boat, the stars scattered like evidence. Still heard Holt's voice asking the question that had no answer. Do you think people can change? Really change? He had lied then. He had said yes. Now at the end he knew the truth. People did not change. They only revealed what they had always been. He died on a Tuesday in March, alone in the brownstone, a copy of the Seminole County Affair on the nightstand beside him. The obituary called him a writer's writer and a craftsman of the first order. It mentioned his one novel, his teaching career, his long marriage. It did not mention Biloxi. It did not mention Holt Barfield, or Ansel, or Claudine, or Denny. It did not mention that some crimes leave no evidence, no record, no trace. Only a man who lives too long with what he knows, waiting for a reckoning that never comes, carrying the weight of a single summer until the weight is all that's left of him. The last line of his novel, the one critics thought was about the character named Everett, had always been about himself. He had written the perfect crime. The only victim was the man who committed it. The end. Epilogue. The oil rig stands 3 miles offshore, a rusted cathedral rising from the gray-green water. The wells went dry in 1987. The company that owned them went bankrupt in 1992. Now it is nothing, a skeleton, a monument, a perch. The Seagull sits on the uppermost railing, where the foreman's office used to be. It has been here a long time, longer than the rig, longer than the wells, longer than the men who built them. It was here before the Barfields came to this coast, before the French, before the Spanish, before the first human eyes looked out across this water and saw something worth owning. It will be here after. The bird does not think. It does not remember. It does not know about Ellis Truett, or Holt Barfield, or the woman in the black dress who smiled like she was keeping score. It knows only the wind and the water and the patient work of waiting. But if it could remember, it would remember this. A night in August, 1959. A boat drifting. A man in the water, his face turned up to the moon, his mouth open, his eyes seeing nothing. Another man in another boat, rowing away fast, his oar trailing darkness. And on the shore, in the window of a guest house, a light burning. A figure at a desk, a pen moving across paper, writing it all down. The seagull watched that night, as it watches every night. It saw the body drift. It saw the second boat reach shore. It saw the light in the window burn until dawn, and the figure never move, and the pen never stop. It sees everything, the seagull. That is what it does. It sits on its perch above the water, and it watches the things that men do to each other. And it does not judge, and it does not intervene, and it does not look away. It is the only honest witness left. The sun sets over the Gulf, orange and red, the colors of rust, the colors of old blood. The water turns black, the stars come out, one by one, the same stars that shone on that night in 1959. The same stars that will shine long after every person in this story has turned to dust. The seagull ruffles its feathers, settles, waits. Somewhere in a brownstone in Brooklyn, an old man is dying, with a book on his nightstand and a question in his throat. The seagull does not know this. The seagull does not care. It only watches. It has always been watching. It will never stop. That was Drift Lower, written by Douglas Taylor.